don't like you.
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out. Combo move. This is what they've been doing. Hey, McAfee.
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick.
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade J.J. Williams. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Heyman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when, what's his name, did his promo Monday. He said, I'm from a prestige university. I said he majored in Steiner, man.
We've got the Heb man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where as fans we do have these desires for what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rapid whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan than with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining JCU was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like
They got the intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's
say.
just like how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
No!
King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday. If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James was talking about. So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Devin.
Cool.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back once again to the weekly moderated conversation of Wrestling Madness. That is the Saturday Shenanigans. I am once again your moderator and host for the evening, the Superman Noah Foster, and it's good to see everybody here once again on another Saturday night. Hope everyone's doing all right. Again, thank y'all for tuning in. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. You want to dictate the conversation, Super Chat, PayPal of Passions. It's as simple as that. Good to see Walker in the chat. I don't know if he's related to Texas Ranger, as well as Safet. Good to see you. And Daniel, to all the newcomers and the regulars that continue to make it possible and for the passion to progress. And we try to continue to be that super reliable source for you for all wrestling media content, coverage, discussion, and analysis. Matt Helms, it's good to see you as well. We've had a lot this week between the PWI, multiple shows covered, the era we live in with the likes of Zack Ryder, John Cena, Samoa Joe, and so much more. And again, I hope everyone just enjoyed the conversation. Of course, you all will have your chance, of course, to further take the conversation in the new segment I introduced last week called Open Mic Night. As with wrestling businesses will evolve, I try to evolve this showcase as well. Let's go ahead and introduce tonight's panel. You saw first and foremost how we changed things up. For some reason, I wasn't solo. Someone already botched production already. Go figure, I got to do everything here. But it's always good to have our UFC expert and the most reliable, hardworking man, 24/7, 365, day and night, whether on screen, off screen, on the phone, never alone. It's always good to have Mr. Reliable, Walter Cruz. Walter, how are you this fine Saturday evening?
Doing well. Watching UFC up in the background. There we go. God, that was annoying the hell out of me. There's something we can see the production side that you guys can't see, but that was annoying the hell out of me. But I'm doing well. Coming off the heels of Turning Point, we will discuss that. We'll discuss further things. So I'm ready to go. Let me send Big G the link in case too.
It should be already in our chats, wink, wink. Because again, I have to do every blocking thing, but that's nonetheless. But always good to see you. And again, I do this, folks, because somehow I love this business so much. I endure the madness, even if it's the last possible minute. And when I'm brought into the hot seat, I step up to the plate because somebody has to. But yeah, and yeah, there's a new thing, by the way, folks. With StreamYard now, it does like portrait landscape. You can hide it. You could basically produce both on YouTube, so that way it's easier for people's phones. I think it's ridiculous, but it is what it is. It's whatever. And apparently you're not alone, Walter, because Fed also has UFC 322 on now on my TV, so I'm sure we'll have UFC talk when we do the Open Mic Night roundtable conversation that I introduced last night, as you are a UFC expert. But yeah, we've had a lot of great stuff to shows this week and a lot to talk about, and also to help people. There you see, folks, various topics we are going to talk about that are on the docket, and that's not even everything. And, of course, we are never alone, but she's yours, she's mine, she's our Canadian friend, Ash. Hello, Ash.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I've been up since like 5 in the morning, or like 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah, come.
Yeah, I had I did some volunteer work at this. I did some volunteer work and selling like drinks and whatnot, and all the proceeds went to the Boys and Girls Club of America, or sorry, Canada, Boys and Girls Club. Yeah.
About to say you're in Canada.
You botched your country.
I mean,
hey,
I'm a sleepy girl. Okay.
Botch.
No, it's botch, eh?
No, it's not. I'm the host. Anyway, shoot, I'm freaking in charge here. Don't forget that, folks.
No one's captain now.
Damn right. And I steer this ship the way I want. Otherwise, you want to think. Hello, Christopher Lakier. Good to see you. Well, Ash, I will say, as somebody that, of course, is tired 24/7, 365, permanently tired all the time, mad respect to you and those voluntary efforts in supporting a cause. People like you lead by example in what it means to be selfless and better. So, mad respect. And I completely get that. All right. Well, without further ado, it sounds like we got a terrific 3. We'll see who else joins the fray soon enough. But Super Reliable Studios community, Saturday Shenanigans enthusiasts, viewers, listeners, and ongoers. And shout out, by the way, to our other correspondents covering House of Glory Superclass. We'll also be here later to talk about that. But let's get right into it. So, again, we once again had quite a fun week covering all sorts of wrestling. And it started bloody, beautiful, violently with AEW Blood and Guts. So let's go ahead and look back on that. As of course, it was me, the other half of the Canadian Connection, Nicholas Ferrantes, and of course, Walter Cruz that we covered this Wednesday night, this 2.5+ hour special, giving us our first 2 Blood and Guts in a single session since Rampage is no longer a thing, as well as the Falls Count Anywhere match and further developments as we head into AEW Full Gear. So let's go ahead and look back at what we saw. And I think first and foremost, I'm just going to start right here a little differently. Ash, did you see Blood and Guts this Wednesday?
I did. I just finished watching the men's Blood and Guts match before the show started.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And you went back, rewind, and watched the whole thing, I imagine.
I was watching the match, and then because of how tired I am, I kind of fell asleep during the match, so I had to rewind it, pick up where I left off, because I fell asleep. I think right as I think when Moxley came in.
Oh Jesus, that's the most violent bit of the men's.
So no, I guess you would agree with me. Since the AEW started with the women's, we should let Ash go first.
That's exactly why I put her on blast first, because I think it's only fitting that we get a lady's perspective on what those badass bitches did in the first time ever top that shit. So, Ash, go ahead and give some of your simple takeaways from AEW Blood and Guts, particularly the women's Blood and Guts match. What did you think?
Okay, I absolutely love the women's match. Like, I love the way they set up like who came in, because it started off with Willow and Sky Blue, and then because the heels had the advantage, Julia came in. I'm like, okay, so Julia came in next, so that means Harley Cameron's going to come in next because she's Willow's partner. And then Tekla came in, and then I just like how it like intertwined not just the matches for like the women's tag team, but like the ongoing feuds as well. Like they did a good job of interweaving storylines.
Yes.
Oh my God, this match was bananas. It's like it was bloody, it was violent, it was chaotic, it was everything I hoped it was. I want these matches to be like on all the time? No, but for what it was and what we got, it was really solid. I love this match. It was a fun time.
Nice. All right. So let's go ahead and dive a little deeper into it. To Ash's point, again, it also, of course, highlighted the AEW Women's World Championship picture, of course, that match coming in AEW Full Gear. And to Ash's point, it highlighted various matches coming up in the AEW Women's Tag Team Championship Tournament. And also, before I get into things, good to see James Hebert has joined us, Avatar Man. Good to see you once again. How are you?
I am doing good. I will be Avatar Man. I will try to make sure I pay attention to the actual video this time, only because I gotta rush to get soda, so I will be on here and I will be contributing and just will be emoticon man for the time being. And
let Ryan know that he's more than welcome if he wants to, because he just got off the call with you, didn't he?
Yeah, he did just get off the call. I'll let him know.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. All right, so let's go ahead and further dive into Blood and Guts. Again, our opener was having static issues right now. There you go. Mute your stuff. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get further into Blood and Guts, shall we? So, again, The women's blood and guts match, to Ash's point, it literally was a preview of the AEW Women's Title Championship Tournament and the AEW Women's World Championship picture. Every woman came out ready to bleed, ready to make everyone else bleed, and came with a weapon in hand. Started with Little Nightingale and, of course, Sky Blue. Sky Blue MVP for the Crimson Mask Award. A match that she wanted as a fever dream. That bitch was born hardcore out of the womb. Don't at me. And again, that was just beautifully bloody, beautiful, saying, this is my match. Damn right it freaking was. After being whipped by her hair in and out across the steel cage, including a rebound powerbomb from the top rope into the cage as she was staggered. And, of course, Nightingale was celebrating what she did, the babe with the power. Out came Julia Hart, the Sisters of Sin, who immediately came to Sky Blue's aid. And we had double powerbomb combinations. We had working over Willow Nightingale with a double arm ringer fresca combination that's been their finisher. And then we had feeling the wrath of Harley Cameron, the Babes of Wrath, who will face, of course, the Sisters of Sin in the semifinals of the AEW Women's Tag Championship Tournament. As Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale came out, they put them in the Tree of Woe. There was a cannonball, of course, respective corners, and a trash can lid, by the way, straight in the face for an extra emphatic strike. After a brief flurry of offense by the Sisters of Sin, though, out came Thekla as the Triangle of Madness came out into full effect. Thekla had taken a leather belt off her boot and whipping government mule style Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron, putting the match to her favor. Then came the hardest hitting bitch on the roster, Jamie Hayter, including her own backup text that she unloaded on everybody, and the barbed wire candlestick that Sky Blue came into the first place with on Sky Blue's own back. In the end, though, Thekla was also the next one to start bleeding. Then came probably one of the ultimate difference makers in the match, the Mega Sis Megan Bayne. As Megan Bayne came into the match next, and basically she was a weapon in herself. There was no stopping her, tossing everybody side to side, and you saw Harley Cameron was trying to get back at her after breaking her nose. Also good to see Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us after your coverage from House of Glory Super Clash. Looking forward to getting your takes on that and everything else. As, of course, after that came out the AEW Women's World Champion Chris Statlander, turning herself into a weapon using the AEW Women's World Championship, including a Vader bomb on some of her adversaries. Want to give a shout out, by the way, Penelope Ford and Queen Aminata, who unfortunately were unable to compete due to injury. I wish both the best of speed recovery. If you've seen Penelope Ford's matches previously in AEW and on the independent scene, this match was made for her. She is a hardcore bitch, so I wish her all the best in her recovery. Eventually, as things continued to unfold, we saw, and I'd never seen anything like this before, Julia Hart and Thekla escape the two rings single steel cage structure in the middle, take over every Mike Posey, and control entrance in and out of this chamber. We also saw the CEO Mercedes Moné come out with every championship possible, giving everybody an Oprah Winfrey style weapon, as everyone had a belt of their own, and started whipping everybody like government mules. Eventually, Mina Shirakawa came out with her own barbed wire baseball bat and immediately took the fight to everybody. Shirakawa was able to duck an attack from Mercedes Moné, and Statlander threw Mina into Mercedes. I love when people use people as weapons because it just works so well. And then Urinsboro had a problem. Marina Shafir, who was probably the most lethal combatant in this match, the Death Rider herself, coming in with John Moxley's tack bed of nails from last year and planning the AEW Women's World Champion with her own acupuncture on it as she went back inside and threw some judo throws against the likes of Jamie Hayter. As lights camera action fully ensued as Thomas Tony Storm was the final entrant and all combatants were locked inside, at least for a moment. We knew that was going to last long. Things continue to escalate here, including a table spot on the outside that wiped out the AEW Women's World Champion and, of course, the TBS champion. Both were basically out of the equation for the time being. Toxic Spear wiped out the likes of Jamie Hayter and Harley Cameron on the outside as things continue to escalate here, including a high pin spot by Thomas Tony Storm, dipping a taped fist into broken glass in a bucket. Shades of what happens at Hollywood ending at AEW Revolution earlier this year as she squared off against Marina Shafir. And for a while, the problem was neutralized, but that did not last very long. As things continued to escalate all the way down towards the very end, someone was looking to get a close-up of themselves in a mirror, and instead, Thomas Tony Storm got shattered. As Mina Shirakawa, Thomas Tony Storm, the Triangle of Madness were locked inside with Maria Shafir. Eventually, almost had a submission spot, but Maria Shafir buried her bare foot in glass and stomped Mina Shirakawa's chest. in something as purely cinematic as possible you could get when it came to the fact that Timeless Story Storm and Mina Shirakawa calls themselves forever lovers. Mina Shirakawa trapped in glass in mother's milk on Maria Shafir while freaking Megan Bain whipped her unconscious body with the TBS championship multiple times over, which of course led eventually, as Timeless Story Storm was restrained by the Triangle of Madness, and Aubrey Edwards was asking her, what do you want to do? As pinfall doesn't matter here, only submission or surrender. Since Mina was unconscious, she couldn't submit, as Timeless Story Storm surrendered on behalf of her forever lover and tag team partner. As Shafir and Megan Bain got huge momentum ahead of their match that could happen with Timeless Story Storm and Mina Shirakawa, as the heels won the first ever women's blood and guts match. Jesus effing Christ, this was freaking nuts. And I'm going to bring Brian in because somebody did apparently bring Brian onto the screen. Ryan, first up, good to see you. How are you? You're muted.
Yeah, that's happened to James a lot tonight. This first has happened to me. Doing good. Great night for wrestling. Great week for wrestling. Doing good in general.
Oh, well, there you go.
Did you get to see Blood and Guts?
Yes, I got to see Blood and Guts. I have not got to see Collision yet because of doing the call with James. So that's the next thing on my plate.
Same.
Because, yeah.
All right.
Did you guys happen to see Tony's promo after the Blood and Guts? I freaking loved it.
I love that. I love that promo so much. We're only good at two things, and yeah. And either way, you are.
It's okay. You can say it in front of Ash. She's not that kind of lady. She's worse than us. Believe me.
Right? You come on, right? You know me.
I
I've
was
been
about to say that
together.
I can confirm this. I can confirm this.
I can also
I do
confirm
appreciate
this.
the respect, though.
About to say, continue, Ryan.
We are only good at two things: sex and violence. And either way, you're fucked. It is a bar that I haven't ever needed to hear before. Like Timeless Tony Storm, there's a reason she was, wasn't she ranked number 1 last year?
Yes.
Yes.
And this year she's ranked number 2. There's a reason she's ranked so high on the PWI each year. And just because she's no longer the women's world champion does not mean that she isn't still the biggest star on that show. And she is the best character of anyone there. Timeless Tony Storm will continue to reinvent herself as the show requires it. And if we require her to be a tag team in the tag team division for further character development of other talents, that's just how it's going to be from now on. But it was a fun experience hearing that promo.
As if she couldn't get even more innuendo, she comes up with that while grasping the hand of the bloody, unconscious Mina Shirakawa in the trainings room. Good God almighty. And that being said, that's your Women's Blood and Guts, mostly as a highlight. I will also add that we also did see Mini Monet, hardcore style, with uncovering a loaded fist by Harley Cara Breast Knuckles as she jacked the job of the CEO as Mercedes Monet proved she is a prima donna, billion-dollar princess that's not violent, can't bleed, but at least Chris Statler may have rearranged her spine. And that was basically the highlights of your Women's Blood and Guts match. Again, an incredible first. Top that shit. That's the only match I need to see with women in a cage that want to finally hurt each other in an endgame war. Top that wrestling business. Does anyone want to add anything towards the Women's Blood and Guts match before I continue? Walter, I'll start with you.
Yeah, the way they slipped out of the cage to get out, that was some creative shit. Like, I have never seen somebody do. They literally went out in the space, in the negative space between the cages is how they got out of the cage. That was some creative shit. And my only issue with this match is now the bar is set so high that whoever's in the next Blood and Guts next year, I feel bad for it because they got to follow this shit. They're going to forever be compared to the original Blood and Guts women's cage match. It is now the freaking stepping stone, and it's the bar is up here. If somehow they can do it next year and raise it even higher, it's going to get ridiculous.
Well, there's one thing you can say about AEW. They tend to try and top their shit, and 8 out of 10 times they succeed. And Blood and Guts did that emphatically for both. God damn.
I just want to say, as somebody who hasn't watched it and will be watching it tomorrow, and I wish I could have watched it live with you guys. Sounds like it was a kick-ass show. I've said, and this is the key to making these matches matter, no matter who's up next, right?
Yes.
The story matters, right? AEW had so much story going into this female Blood and Guts match. So anybody that wants to tell you fucking AEW doesn't tell stories, I raise you this match, because there was endless stories in this one match alone. And that's not even the full story of what's going on in the women's division. And it intertwines so many aspects that was going into it. So as long as they do something similar to that next year, if they do another one of these, I'm okay with it. You know, I don't care. I mean, will they have a tough act to follow? Sure, because, you know, nothing's going to beat the original type thing, right? But evidently, if they can do what they did before and just tell the story the right way, we're in good hands.
To your point, James, it started with Jamie Hayter's bad blood against Fekla, who took her out the day after Double or Nothing and declared Blood and Guts. Then you escalate from there with the inclusion of what's going on across all the teams in the AEW Women's Championship tournament. And at the forefront, the AEW Women's World Championship. It talked about a grudge. It talked about the mid-card title. It talked about the world title. And it talked about the upcoming AEW Women's World Championships. You don't get deeper storytelling than that, covering all facets.
Yep.
After this match, I get the weirdest feeling that Mina and Tony are going to be the inaugural champs. It's just something like, it's just like their way of getting back at it. I don't know. They weren't my original pick. Like I'm still going for Hart Team and oh my god, why can't I think? I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, the Sisters of Sin. That I'm going for them, but I don't know. Something at the way they told the story, as you put it, James, and it seems like Tony and Mina are just like destined to be the inaugural champs. And the promos that they're gonna cut after they win that title is gonna be crazy.
The beauty of this tournament, though, we don't know for sure who's going to win. It's not as clear as night or day or cut and dry. We already had a bracket buster when Monet and Athena were eliminated. Harley Cameron pinning the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion Athena, who she will face, by the way, for Ring of Honor Women's World Championship to come, I believe, at Final Battle. And the fact of the matter that the heels, might I add, the team with the advantage, won Blood and Guts. So not only was that Megan Bailey Shafir, that was the Sisters of Sin included. Just to put that in perspective.
And Mira really, she proved how badass she can be. Like it was literally the female version of Moxley in that match, and the fact that she pulled the fact that she pulled out the bed of nails and everything. Like I don't know who the hell would want to f with her. Like
I told
seriously.
you, give me more of her in the ring. You underestimate the problem. You see what she can actually be when unleashed. John Moxley picked her for a reason as the inaugural Death Rider when he started this campaign last year. All right, well, thank you for that. Ash, I know you gave a brief highlight towards how you felt about it, but now that we've kind of like broke it down, anything further you want to add from it?
Yeah, I just like how it adds more stakes to the women's tag team titles other than the championship itself.
Fair enough.
Because Mina and Tony would want to get their hands on not just their possible opponents in Megan Bain and Marina Shafir, but also the Sister of Sin as well. But if that does become the finals, that'd be one hell of a finals. Like, because you can make the argument that both teams deserve to become inaugural champions.
Yeah. Well, again, we talked about the first team since day one. Now we got a whole different dynamic with two teams made impromptu. So again, it's really a who's who if anyone can win after this tournament. Ryan, anything further you want to add regarding the women's Blood and Guts before we move on?
I think everyone else has already painted a very clear picture here. I just have to say that for it being the inaugural match, they could not have set that bar any higher.
Right?
So That's it.
Simply put, fair enough. And again, someone's likely in the same settlement. Sisters of Sin for the inaugural win. I mean, again, the jury is out whether or not that happens. All right, moving on from there, going after a segment to clean up. By the way, incredible work by the AEW ring crew to clean up that mess so damn quickly. Don Callis finally attached to Wrestling Express. They prepare, of course, for the trios match, as it seems that Don Callis is trying to recruit the young bucks of the Don Callis family. Okada is saying, decision time, and we'll see what that might mean soon enough, as Matt Somley said, see you next week. As so they put, you don't mess with the family. This family is way too big, in my opinion.
I said it on stream. I'm telling you, it's going to turn out to be that Young Bucks owe the Kylas family a favor for some money now. They gave them money or something. Watch, it's going to get turned into that story. Because this came out of like nowhere, like the way they did this. I mean, in actuality, we know what it was. It was to distract and have everybody pay attention to that while the ring gets cleaned. I mean, that's obviously why they did that segment. But, but yeah, but yeah, that is kind of telling that they did something for money, and now they're gonna have a favor held over their head. Like, look at that, 2025, all about favors.
I'm about to say, the Wrestling Express are already $500,000 richer. They add $1 million to their pot. Jesus Christ. Anyway, moving on from there, we have Falls Count Anywhere match, non-title. It was Hangman Page versus Powerhouse Hobbs. And for what this was, I was quite surprised. Damn. Of course, Hangman Page coming in with bad core and bad ribs after the world's strongest slam off the stage, through a table to the floor just last week on Dynamite. These two went balls to the walls, nuts on each other, as I expected. Cowboy Shiznak in the Greensboro Coliseum. Hobbs at one point eventually ripping the bandages from Page's ribs, kicked him to the outside. And of course, Hobbs, the one-man freight train, ran over Hangman Page with multiple clotheslines, smashing him into the guardrail, throwing him back in the ring like a rag doll, and then sending him into the guardrail again. At one point, literally dropping across the ring steps. Fucking ouch. But then Hobbs, of course, caught him into the announce desk, as Hobbs said, "It's all your fault, Shivani," talking about that little Halloween prank they pulled off. As this continued to escalate, of course, we had to go into the all-elite creep. We had to go into the crowd. A trash can was thrown at one point, and then we literally saw Hobbs plant Hangman Page with a freaking spine buster, whip for the pins of Falls Count Anywhere, but he was able to kick out. Things escalated as Page went up the stairs and took his boot off, basically, as he could get a head start. As Hobbs was looking to throw him off the balcony, it looked like. But instead, Hobbs was sent free-falling from the balcony through staging equipment and a table and electricity. Got electrocuted in the process. He was left in a freaking heap. As Hangman Page got the win after the lights went out in the Greensboro Coliseum and came back on. As Hangman Page started his way back to sober in the ring, he was attacked by the other member of the Ops, Katsuyori Shibata, who immediately threw Page into the guardrail, shades of Rouge from Los Fashions Ingobernables. As Samoa Joe came in with a chair, and it looked like they were trying to isolate the Cowboy inside Blood and Guts. Before that happened, though, Eddie Kingston and Hook came down to fend off Shibata and Samoa Joe. As they retreated and the cage came all the way down, Hangman Page got a mic and yelled, "Joe, if you want me inside steel cage, all you had to do was ask, you dumbass." So at Full Gear, leave Shibata at home, because at Full Gear, you leave House in the hospital, you're facing me in a steel cage match, as Tony Khan made it official. Before we move on, does anyone have anything to add regarding this Falls Count Anywhere match and this further escalated development in Hangman Page versus Samoa Joe 2?
I love that.
I'll start with you. James, I'll start with you.
I'll just be quick with this, right?
Go for it, bro.
I love how they did a cage event where they promoted another main event for a steel cage.
Cage on cage action. There you go.
Cage on cage action. Indeed.
All right. Ryan, anything you want to add further regarding this? And then, Walter, I'll get your highlights, and then we'll save the lady for last here.
It is a strong way to build to this rematch between Samoa Joe and Hangman Page for the world title that needed something extra at the end of the day. No one expected, I don't believe anyone really expected that Powerhouse Hobbs was going to beat Hangman Page on this road to Full Gear. But it was a great showing of what Powerhouse Hobbs can do. Some, senseless violence, which, who doesn't like? And they had to kill him to beat him. Like, that's something that people don't take or don't appreciate enough. That you can lose strong. And I don't know, being dropped 10 feet to the floor and being electrocuted is a great way to be beaten strong. So, all that said, we moved to Full Gear, steel cage match. Great segment.
All right. Walter, anything further you want to add? I mean, you were very impressed with Hobbs' dominance over the Hangman, despite the fact he was compromised. And that spot, you didn't expect something like that. You even said on impact, the freaking crate bounced with his body.
Yeah, literally, when he fell, the crate jumped up. But I think he did his job. His job wasn't, let's be honest, it wasn't to get the win out here. Nobody expected it like Ryan here. His job was to weaken Hangman for Samoa Joe. And if you had any doubt that Hangman's nuts, why would you challenge Samoa Joe inside of a steel cage? You really want to be locked across the cage from that man that they call Joe. But then again, we've seen what Hangman can do in a cage. Just ask Swerve, because he can go there. So it takes a man like Joe to bring it out of him. But I like the match. But again, I really think it was just Hobbs' job to soften it up, and that he did. I mean, he removed the band-aids. He threw him through the steel steps. He tried to get him on the announce table when they were on there. And he didn't even clear it. If you know, if he would have hit him, they would have went right on that monitor that was sitting there. That would have hurt like hell. Yeah, he did not clear it. And then that part where they went through the off the balcony or through that table was just ridiculous. I mean, don't piss that cowboy off. Like I said, he can go there. So I'm really looking forward to what this match brings. And don't forget, MJF is still owed a title shot. So this can intertwine. These three have been forever linked because the title has switched between the three of them. So that's the other thing we can't forget. MJF is sitting in the wings and can cash in whenever. And we've seen crazy cash-ins in other companies just recently. So it can happen. So just keep your eye on that MJF.
I'd say MJF, he's looming. He's always there. And we know the Diamond Ring will be up for grabs probably at winter. As come, which means he's going to probably be back very soon. Also, shout out to Proud Hobbs continuing where I thought he almost fractured his tailbone off that body drop of the announce table to the floor where he literally bounced like a basketball. I'm just glad he's okay. But damn, Ash, anything further you want to add regarding this false camera match? And the ops never lacking, not stopping the work. To Walter's point about Samoa Joe and Hangman Page in the steel cage. Heyman still facing cancellation Shibata next week on the Go Home episode of Dynamite Collision 2 Full Gear. There's no telling how much Shibata could soften up Hangman for Joe as well.
Yeah, Ash, you go, and then I'll go.
Sorry, what?
He said, you go, then he'll go.
Oh,
So apparently,
yeah.
You go, then I go.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that the match did what it needed to do. It made Powerhouse Pops look strong. And it's set up for the Samoa Joe Hangman match in a steel cage, which I'm not really sold on because, it's kind of funny because I like Hell in a Cell matches, I like war games, but for some reason, just the regular steel cage match, I have a hard time getting into.
That's fair, considering most of the time it's supposed to keep people out. They still find a way in. But I will give AEW credit, at least with this steel cage, you can't get a cowardly win by just simply escaping. You still have to fucking win inside the damn thing.
Right?
The way cage matches were intended. Continue.
Continue.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was just like, it's gonna be a fine match, but it's gonna be like a really hard sell on me because I like Samoa Joe, I like Hangman Adam Page. It's just I just can't get into this title run for some reason.
Yeah, that's fair, because at the end of the day, we're waiting for the other day one to come back. He said his name. So, I mean, I think that at the end of the day, we're just waiting to see that culminate in the 2 day one AEW wrestlers. It's got to be happening. What is it, Walter?
I know what you said, Ash, but this title reign is way like a million times better than his first one. I just gotta say.
I was just about to say, Walter, and that was going to be my point. I'll interject here.
Go ahead, James.
What AEW did, and I think they did way better than I think the first title run. And this is not a knock on them, because I actually like the first title run, unlike a lot of people. But I think with this one, they made you care more, because they made the build-up to him getting it so big. And then there's all these established stories that he has now when he was chasing for the title that he can go back to as champion, which is a very smart way to book it, because now you're kind of reverse engineering how to book it, which is honestly kind of ingenious, because now it's like there's the history that he has with Joe when he was chasing for the title. Now he's the champion and Joe's chasing him. So it makes all the sense in the world. And then you have your intermittent, things in the title run, like the Kyle Fletcher match, which I say may be, genuinely speaking, the best Hangman Championship match I've ever seen, because he made Kyle Fletcher look like a fucking stud. Like, Kyle Fletcher looked like a star in that. So when you combine those two factors, I think this title run is like infinitely better than the first one. And I liked the first one a lot, mainly because of the Danielson matches, right? Mm-hmm. And the Adam Cole match. But this is a million times better. Like, you care more, you're invested more. There's way more story this time around with Hangman as champion than there was during the first reign,
Yeah, because that was my first issue. Because that was my issue with the Hangman's first title run, was that the chase was much better than the capture. Because once he got that title of Omega, it got to the point where we're just like, okay, Hangman's the champion. What do we do now?
Throw this person at him, throw this person at him, throw this person at him in a Texas death match, throw this person at him, and then watch him descend the match.
And part of it is not on Hangman or Tony's fault.
I'm not blaming Hangman at all.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Well, it's not. You got to remember, it's also not Tony's fault, right? No. You got to remember, the roster changed so fucking much by the time that Hangman became champion. They kind of had to put those guys in that top spot. They didn't really have much of a choice because of the drawing power they had.
Yeah,
right. Hangman just happened to be the fucking champion at the time. Now they don't have that pressure anymore, right? Mm-hmm. Like, they don't have that pressure to have to deliver that, because people know what AEW is now. So now they can kind of just establish feuds around Hangman this time around for the second run, which they've done very good,
And not only that, but they also built up like potential possible main eventers in, like you mentioned, with the Kyle Fletcher match.
Yeah.
Because we knew Kyle Fletcher wasn't going to beat Hangman, but did he have a good showing to prove that he is, once he does drop the TNT title, that he can go up into the main event scene? Absolutely.
Yep.
That's basically what that's supposed to establish. Well said, James. Again, context behind a championship and the champion's context of challengers goes a long way in proving the value of not only the title, but the man that holds the title. The classic phrase, the championship doesn't make the champion makes the championship. Both contests make perfect sense for Hangman, and he's justifying them in both senses. Anyway, moving on from there, speaking of champions, integrity, we go to Ricky the Dragon Steamboat being celebrated here in the Greensboro Coliseum, being interrupted by FTR on that Nat Stokely halfway. Of course, we were talking about, legacies, Crockett Promotions, Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, of course. And, of course, we saw a great sign about the Mount Rushmore of wrestling that was also pointed out. And honestly, that was a pretty accurate sign. However, we also got FTR talking about the history of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Of course, Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood, I believe Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was part of one of their last matches, or vice versa. And as things escalated and Stokely said some stupid nonsense, Steamboat did come in and said, one thing I didn't teach you is that your attitude has gone in the toilet. And of course, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat will tell you straight up how he feels about you. Going back a few years, I would have told you both to kiss my ass, but sometimes discretion is the bad part of valor. Sometimes you really realize I'm going to be 73. I'm not asking or begging for any kind of sorrow or forgiveness. I'm just going to be the smarter man today. And as he was going to leave, they were looking for that stuffed pile driver before Brodito bolted their way to the ring. Clearly, this was another message towards the tag team champions and FTR trying to prove once again they're the living legend killers. Of course, FTR are also coming off that loss this past Collision to Jet Speed after Brodito and freaking his brother Gravity and the other tag teams, and Jet Speed got involved. So again, FTR right now, they're on the lower end of momentum. So we'll see what this leads to comes AEW Full Gear. Does anyone want to add any takeaways further from this segment before we move into the men's blood and guts match to close this segment out? All right.
I'm just a little shocked that Ric Flair didn't show up, but other than that, I mean, they were literally Greensboro.
I'm not. Nobody wants that stank on them right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nobody wants
true.
that stank on it. Have you seen the videos of him being a fucking male equivalent of a Karen lately? I would not want to even associate with him and fucking football.
The whole time I was thinking, though, what the hell's taking Bandito so long? Because, damn, they were like this close to actually pulling off that power driver.
What the hell? Anyway, all right. Well, moving on from there, as of course they ran down the Full Gear card. And stay tuned, folks. AEW Full Gear, of course, come up this weekend. The will be sitting predicting for it, and you know we're fucking covering it. So 1 week from today, stay tuned for our coverage for AEW Full Gear. I have no idea who'll be on the call with me, but again, I love AEW pay-per-views. They always set the bar. I can't fucking wait to call this show. So stay tuned for that here at Super Labo Studios. Now let's go ahead and get into the main event of Blood and Guts, shall we? The men's Blood and Guts for the 5th time. And might I add, the baby faces were the one going in, keyword, going in with the advantage. The first person that came out, of course, was Darby Allin with a tech skateboard and who knows what else on his satchel and on his clothing. And who, of course, opposed him? The Death Riders. First one out, it was with a Yuta. And, of course, we had a little bit of crazy action. Coffin drop onto Yuta as he scaled the cage. They went from one to the other. We had a code red. He grabbed the skateboard, which, of course, Tactical on the bottom. We all knew that was going to happen. And he drove that into Yuta's head, which caused Yuta to be the first man to bleed and be busted open. But Yuta came back with a low blow. Then out came freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy, his first time in the Blood and Guts match. And he came out, of course, with a backpack, turning his own sunglasses into a weapon, puncturing Yuta's head with them, and nailing him with a DDT as Cassidy and Darby Allin basically had Yuta on the ropes for the early going, including smashing his midsection. And then we had Darby Allin go straight Tony Hawk on his back with the skateboard with the tacks. Out came Derek Garcia, who later became almost a tag team impromptu. It feels like with Yuta, continuing how technically sound both of these are. It actually makes a lot of sense. Derek Garcia with Yuta were able to put the match in their favor for a little bit as Derek Garcia had a steel chain, and with a Yuta also seized it. Darby Allin, though, fought back and wrapped Yuta and Garcia in the chains, and out came Mark Briscoe, or so we thought. After go backstage, Renee Paquette finds out that Briscoe has been assaulted. Conglomeration members Kyle Riley and Roderick Strong, they basically saw Briscoe out there in pain as he's being checked by medical staff, unable to go for the time being, if at all. Roderick Strong then came into play, and basically, once again, it was in favor of the babyfaces as the Messiah of the Backbreaker honed his crap. Multiple backbreakers, double underhook, draping backbreaker on Derek Garcia, which was fucking ridiculous. And then he left the ring to grab a steel chair before Claudio Castagnoli came in and basically turned this match complete 360. Pound for pound, the strongest man ROH represent. Locking in a chokehold, grabbing Darby Allin and sending him flying with frequent flyer miles to the opposite side of the ring. And Roderick Strong was busted open, apparently, had the Death Riders gain control. And then Swiss Death from Claudio Castagnoli basically almost broke Darby Allin's nose, I believe, as he was catapulted off, I believe, with a Yuta's knees. Out came the Violent Iris, Kyle O'Reilly, the other half of the Paragon, who, again, you talk about Undisputed Era. Kyle O'Reilly, rather strong, some of the strongest history in multiple ring, single cage structures. As this match continued to escalate, O'Reilly swapped rings with Claudio Castagnoli, caught him in a choke. Strong O'Reilly double team Claudio Castagnoli, took him down, and basically Orange Cassidy was also able to bounce back, and Darby Allin somehow was still able to fight, despite that he had busted nose. But a power driver from Yuta and Darby Allin basically took him out, played by Claudio Castagnoli, tossed Kyle O'Reilly away, and the Death Riders gained control. And here's where Ash fell asleep for the most violent bit, but probably went back to see Jon Moxley come with a fork and literally stab everybody possible. As Jon Moxley came in and literally feasts on everyone's blood. Go figure, this crazy son of a bitch.
By the way, I know where he got. By the way, I know where he got that from. Now it was from fucking Matt Tremont.
Yeah, you're probably right. But again, what else is freaking new when it comes
In
to
all
that?
fairness, Moxley has always used the fork as a weapon when he was in Combat Zone Wrestling.
Oh, okay. Then Tremont got it from him. My apologies.
To put this to rest, Abdullah the Butcher used forks.
Yes.
Okay, so
thank you.
Which Moxley got the inspiration from, which he said so in an interview. As I think he mentioned it. I can't remember which interview, but but he did briefly mention that was an inspiration.
I never like stabbies. I never do.
Oh, get over yourself, James.
I never expected it.
You call it GCW, so at this point, you must be getting used to it. Anyway, as he left the ring, get barbed wire and also other weapons, including a modified, I think Walter called it like a glass axe. We eventually saw Mark Briscoe did come into play, as Renee Paquette said that update, he may not be able to compete, and it will be a 5-on-4 advantage for the Death Riders. Of course, Pac was the last one to enter the fray, as Darby Allin was covering his body with that glass axe that Walter so eloquently called, and the Death Riders were running roughshod as they only can. Darby Allin, though, climbed across the inside, though, on the ceiling, and dropped to the Death Riders with a coffin drop before Pac finally entered the match, and Blood and Guts technically was underway. Everything basically went to hell at this point. We saw broken glass. We saw Jon Moxley once again go to that zone where even the Death Riders wonder, who the fuck am I working with? Eventually, we also saw a toolbox come into play by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy's hands were stapled into his pockets. I've never seen a shit like that in my life. That had to be fucking brutal. Just saying. And eventually, Mark Briscoe with, again, can't keep a Briscoe down, did come into play and then literally went for a J Driller, but Yuta escaped with a low blow. We also, of course, saw Pac come into play again on the outside. Again, we all knew this was not going to stay inside. We all know how this freaking shit works, all right? And then I couldn't think this could get any fucking crazier, but I fucking called it. Hired mercenary Gabe Kidd comes into play, dressed like a security member with a stun gun, tasing Darby Allin. Darby Allin and Gabe Kidd finding all the way up to the stage, and freaking Pac followed them, I believe. And eventually, Gabe Kidd setting two tables on fire with lighter fluid, the damnedest way to say go to hell or burn to hell I've ever seen in my life, as overhead military press above the tunnel said Darby Allin crashing off it through the flaming tables down below, literally caught on fire. He was a non-factor for the rest of the match, as medical immediately attended to him.
This is when I woke up. I woke up during that spot.
What a spot to wake up to, Ash.
I know, right?
That sounds like a nightmare spot to wake up to. Yeah, that's about right.
I mean, you know, Darby Allin, he survived a mountain. I guess he could survive literally going for his own personal inferno.
So now, so what you're saying is he's literally fought freezing hell and fire hell?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
So he now controls the power as Heat Miser and what's the other one? Ice Miser?
Snow Miser.
Snow Miser. He's got Heat Miser and Snow Miser powers. It's great.
Yes, Darby Allin's he is the avatar. Darby Allin's the avatar.
Yeah, about to say, the Airbender. That's accurate. I remember that show. Good one, Ash. Anyway, we also saw on the top eventually Mark Briscoe. That was an interesting garner they got by with the steel chairs to raise up. As Mark Briscoe did neutralize Willa Yuta on the top of the Blood and Guts structure. We go inside, though, find Kyle O'Reilly, though, trapping Jon Moxley in a bulldog choke with a chain. But again, Jon Moxley trapped Kyle O'Reilly with a bulldog choke with a chain. And while Kyle O'Reilly, ever defiant, with a middle finger, fuck you, flipped off Jon Moxley. They then put a chair on Kyle O'Reilly's neck, looking to break his neck, similar to what they did to Samoa Joe and Will Ospreay. But Cassidy ripped his hands out of his stable pockets and hit Claudio Castagnoli with a orange punch, and Jon Moxley as well. Then a pop-up knee strike on Claudio, out of the twist step uppercut. Daniel Garcia came into play. Briscoe hit Pac with a fisherman suplex from the steps. threw another table on the floor, and Pot was basically rendered useless. Cassidy then hit 2 more orange punches on Jon Moxley, while Strong put Yuta through a table. All the tables being broken here by all the Death Riders. Went for another orange punch, but Claudio stopped it. He launched him in for an uppercut, but Cassidy came down with an orange punch, and then Strong speared Claudio through a table. So every Death Rider basically was put through a table except Jon Moxley. As we went for another orange punch on Jon Moxley, who was sent to the other ring. Colorado was waiting for him, locked Jon Moxley in an ankle lock, seeing if Jon Moxley would quit again. But Moxley countered to the Bulldog choke, but Colorado rolled him back into an ankle lock, into a knee bar, across the broken glass, and Jon Moxley tapped out to Kyle O'Reilly, giving the team of the advantage. The baby faces the win, and Jon Moxley quit once again. And Kyle O'Reilly, third time the charm, just submitted the most defiant AEW World Champion in this company's history as Blood and Guts goes off the air. Jesus Christ, when I think the men can escalate what they do each year, they somehow went up themselves. Fucking Fire and Jon Moxley, Glass Axe, and, man, third time the charm, Kyle O'Reilly. If this was the match to prove that Kyle O'Reilly should be AEW champion at some point, I don't know what the fuck will at this point. That made Kyle O'Reilly, in my opinion. He was my MVP. Let's go around the horn and get y'all's thoughts toward the men's Blood and Guts match. James, I will start with you.
I will only give my thoughts because I haven't actually seen any of this event. I'm going to be watching it tomorrow, so that way I'm good for TISM, because we'll be talking about it with, I believe, somebody who was there in the air, there in the area, and actually there live. But I'll say this. I'm happy that Kyle O'Reilly got shine. If you followed his story, I think he's more than earned his way to a world championship match, considering he fought back from freaking, what was it, like a major seizure recently and a concussion seizure, like back to back, is crazy. So the fact that he's wrestling like this at a high level like this, I think he's owed a championship match. I think him and Hangman would fuck as a match. So honestly, I hope we get it. And I am happy that the Paragon are happy with the conglomeration. So I was happily proven wrong. I thought Roddy was going to turn and join the Death Riders, and I was incorrect.
Give it time. Give it time. You can't trust him.
You can't.
There might be a new leader, and after he quit twice, they might watch. You're gonna see Moxley go away on his well-deserved vacation that he was supposed to take like 3 fucking years ago.
Bro,
but
vacation. Give the man his vacation.
But yeah, they're gonna do some kind of internal struggle where he gets kicked out, goes away for a while. It's weird to say it, but we might see in a couple years, or maybe a year or so, dare I say, a babyface Moxley in AEW. It's gonna be weird, but at some point, this can't continue to be like the Bloodline and never fucking end. We gotta end this story at some point.
Or somehow escalated more than what they did with the WWE Bloodline. But at the end of the day, I see what you mean. Any further thoughts, Walter, before I go to Ash?
The funny shit was when, by the way, Valentina Shevchenko puts the art in martial arts. That she just fucking dominates Zhang Wei Li. Sorry, girl, but you got your ass handed to you. But anyways, the funny thing was with Orange Cassidy, like, it's not supposed to be funny. It's gruesome. But they literally stapled his fucking hands into his pants so that he couldn't take his hands back out. That shit was funny to me. Like, they took a staple.
I would have cringed, man. I would have cringed seeing that. That's crazy.
This shit was hilarious.
Dude, if you get a prick from a staple, it's painful. I can imagine that shit literally stapled into your hands while they're in your pockets. That sounds like a long day.
But the whole fire and going through a table, you have nobody to blame, Darby, but yourself. You introduced it when you threatened the Molotov cocktail on Dynamite like a month ago or 3 weeks ago, however it was. And so now they just took what you introduced and took it to the extreme, and that's what you get. You shouldn't have. You play with fire, you get burned. You introduced it, and there you go.
Storytelling.
That's right. Fair enough. Ash, anything further you want to add regarding the men's Blood and Guts match? And yeah, at this point, I do wonder if Jon Moxley will just voluntarily step away and let the Death Riders continue his mission statement in hiatus, or at the end of the day now, what does Jon Moxley do to back up his stance in what the Death Riders are supposed to mean to AEW? Because at the end of the day, the man has now quit twice.
Mm-hmm.
And also, shout out to Nicholas Ferrantes, the other half of the Canadian Connection, joining the conversation. Nick, since you just joined in, I will go to you next after Ash, from one Canadian to another. Ash, go ahead.
I thought that was fine. This was my the Blood and Guts were both my first Blood and Guts matches, because I haven't seen either previous Blood and Guts matches. So for a first time viewing, this was fine. Even though I had to like rewind half of it because of me being a tired girl falling asleep halfway into the match, because I've been up doing volunteer work in support of the Boys and Girls Club of Canada. But yeah, it was a fine match. I'm looking forward to see what Kyle O'Reilly does next and what eventually happens with the Death Riders if Moxley gets kicked out and who takes over.
Fair enough. Looks like you're just waiting for that light point count to go to 0 as far as Jon Moxley's stance goes. Speaking of which, Nick, let's go to you. You also were part of the call as your own form of analyst and analysis. Appreciate you as always. So let's go ahead and get your thoughts on the men's Blood and Guts match. Anything further you want to add regarding what we watched on Wednesday night, and what do you think it means for Jon Moxley's future as far as leading the Death Riders going forward in AEW? Go ahead. It looks like right now he stepped away. I don't know what he's doing besides showing a Yu-Gi-Oh card, so I will move on unless he speaks right now.
No, I'm here.
Then speak, because I'm not going to deal with any nonsense tonight.
God
Speak.
fucking damn it, they're doing.
No, I'm here.
James, I'm warning you all right now. I'm not going to deal with your nonsense. So, Nick, you best speak or I'm cutting you off now.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was on mute before. That's why.
All right.
He wasn't.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
How's everybody doing? I thought it was actually a really good show. I was thoroughly entertained.
Could you say you were sports entertained?
No, I was not sports entertained.
But it's a sport.
I was bleeding assholes entertained.
Okay, so that's all level in itself. Anything further?
The women's Blood and Guts I thought was better than the men. Okay, I don't know. The way I looked at it was the women's Blood and Guts was. I would say for me at least that was more spectacle than story, and the men's was more story than spectacle.
Interesting.
Sounds like the opposite to me.
That's what I get, but again, it's his take. Let him continue.
Well, no, because really, there was more story going into the men's than there was the women. I feel. I feel just because there's, we've been following this Death Rider story for months now, right? So it's something that we're kind of like we've been going through. MVPs for the women, I think we said it multiple times on commentary. Sky Blue was my MVP. Love her. She was so good. Especially when she was like Crimson Mask bloodied.
Yeah.
I know that some people out there in the world of the IWC had a problem with it.
Blah.
From all the tweets that I saw. Like, I don't know.
Whatever.
Hey man.
They have the right to their opinion, guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you leave it at. Continue.
Yeah. Now, the Hobbs and Hangman match, it was good. I wish they kind of did a different stipulation for what's going to go on next Saturday, but it is what it is. I thought it was a good match. And then the men's Blood and Guts. That was very, I thought, and I looked at it as very story-driven because we've been on this Death Rider story, right? And we said it so many times on commentary. It's like a book. They got to turn the page now. I hopefully this loss that the Death Riders have taken shows us that maybe the group is not really buying what John is selling. And hopefully, the next turn comes and they beg him. Hopefully they beg him. Other than that, I love. Okay, so I love the table spot, and I need to ask y'all a question.
Go for it.
And I know people are gonna watch this back and be like, "Nick, you're such a dick." Would you guys say that Darby Allin was set on fire?
Yes.
Okay, so I say it wasn't that he was set on fire. It was more the residual of the bump, not him being set on fire.
You think after he hit, he just combusted into flames? Not on
Don't
impact?
you dare start this fucking water is wet argument with how somebody got put on fire. I'm not having it. No.
He already did. Nick already did
No.
in his Twitter space.
I refuse.
All right. Calm down here. This is not science class. It's just a question in context. Like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, it doesn't make a sound. The world may never know. But I can kind of understand where he's coming from, because when you look at the shot, bottom line, we saw a man fall in his own inferno, and his ass was on fire after the debris was cleared and the fire dissipated from the tables first versus his ass. So
But never was set on fire.
We might not be able to agree on this, but I bet we can all agree that the women's was better than the men's. The women's won it.
110%.
Dude, best spot in the women's Blood and Guts was, in my opinion, Toni Storm getting whacked with that pane of like the mirror.
That mirror?
Yeah, that was like my
Jesus.
favorite spot.
And again, you say Sky Blue MVP. I'm just going to make honorable mentions. Marina Shafir and Megan Bain were forces to be fucking reckoned with.
Dude, Marina looked like such a badass, and I love how everybody came out. See, I thought this was a really nice little tidbit. Everybody came out with weapons.
Exactly.
She was the only person who never came out with a weapon.
She was the weapon.
Because that bitch was the weapon. So I kind of like how they did that. I thought it was really clever. Well,
Sorry, Josh Alexander, but she really is a walking weapon.
I agree. At the blade, I have to agree. All right. Well, thank you for that outlook, Nick. And to close things out on the Men's Blood and Guts and Blood and Guts Final Thoughts, let's go to Ryan before we go to our first commercial break. Ryan, Men's Blood and Guts, you've been on this Death Rider outlook since the get-go. Besides being one of the strongest supporters in what was supposed to do for AEW. And at this point now, Jon Moxley has quit twice. So have we reached the final ride in this Death Rider saga for a time, at least in what it is now? Please give your thoughts, Men's Blood and Guts, what do you think's next, and your closing remarks towards the show overall. Go ahead.
Destruction can be beautiful. That is the quote. It was a symphony of violence that very few could ever top. Okay, the women certainly tried their best at it, right, and arguably did. They got the privilege of setting the stage much earlier in the show. But Men's Blood and Guts certainly had a lot more story that I was personally invested in, because I have been following the Death Riders for such a long time. Noah, I ask you this question, this little bit of trivia. You might know the answer. Who actually facilitated the dismantling of Bryan Danielson?
Who actually facilitated the dismantling of Bryan Danielson? I would almost have to say that it would be Jon Moxley, because he was saving him for himself. He didn't want to see his friend hurt. But there also is that idea, considering the close history, if not him, maybe Claudio Castagnoli, because I do remember when Bryan and Claudio were face-to-face, and Claudio lost that chance, Bryan said, hey, man, it happens. If there's no one closer to Bryan Danielson in AEW than Jon Moxley, I would say Claudio Castagnoli is second.
Claudio Castagnoli hit Bryan with a uppercut that knocked him to the floor, that shocked him to the point that he couldn't respond.
Correct.
Okay. And Claudio is the first soldier of the Death Riders. The Death Riders is really just the continuation of the Blackpool Combat Club at this point. And at this stage, for the same reasons that Bryan had to be removed, you have to remove Jon Moxley, because Jon Moxley has lost his spirit for the war that needs to happen. He couldn't defend the championship on his own the entire run. He relied on the Death Riders to the point to where his fighting spirit probably died well within the championship title run. Okay? He won each defense through luck, happenstance, and outside interference. And now, since losing the championship, he has been submitted twice. And the Death Riders, everybody else, have been winning their matches. Now, a loss here and there doesn't really do much. Doesn't mean that you are just going to be kicked out, because ultimately being a member of the Death Riders is that you ultimately still win at the end of the day.
True. The NCAA proclaimed that.
So Moxley hasn't been winning for a long time. He lost the championship. He lost his rematch. He lost to Darby. And now he's lost to Kyle O'Reilly, someone who he very well should have been able to beat. If you take a Jon Moxley from a 2023 and drop him into the ring with Kyle O'Reilly, Kyle O'Reilly doesn't have a chance in the world to beat Jon Moxley. But this Jon Moxley has lost it. And he has to rediscover that fighting spirit. And sooner rather than later, it might be at Full Gear, it might be on Dynamite, it might be post Full Gear. But we are approaching the finale of Jon Moxley's era of the Death Riders and Claudio taking up the reign. So that's my thoughts on that one. Overall, Blood and Guts. Again, destruction can be beautiful, and they left pieces of themselves in that ring. And Kyle O'Reilly, I don't know if you saw the before and after pictures of everybody going into Blood and Guts.
Yes.
But Kyle O'Reilly, that man is a diabetic, and he spilled so much blood in that ring. I hope he didn't have a rough night trying to rebalance that blood sugar. Right. But it is what it is.
Fair enough.
I completely forgot. I always completely forgot anytime you see Kyle O'Reilly, he's a type 1 diabetic. Until somebody brings it up, and then I remember, oh yeah, shit. And then he goes out and bleeds.
I'm actually shocked.
Yeah.
He is allowed to wrestle because of that.
And considering his history with seizures and injuries and getting a second chance in this business, when you think about how he returned at Revolution last year, it really is a miraculous thing to see him still fighting this hard and enjoying it and going this level in this environment of what's expected to happen to you and really going through that and being the victor in it. That's got to speak values towards Kyle O'Reilly. Not only his value to AEW and wrestling, but I also think is a value and something that he proved to himself. To your point, again, 2023 versus 2025, Kyle O'Reilly just submitted the friggin' most notorious AEW world champion in this company's history, and who many people have called Mr. AEW, whether you want to or not.
Yeah. And ultimately, I don't know if you give him a shot at the championship or you give him any championship. I don't know if you keep making the world champion or not.
He's owed a second.
I think you get what you get in professional wrestling, okay?
Agree.
Owed, deserved, earned, splitting hairs, right? there's a lot of championships in AEW that you can give Kyle the an opportunity at winning, be it the unified champion, because he is a tournament wrestler. So the C2 coming up, you drop him in the Continental Classic, and maybe he wins at the end of it.
I was just about to say if Kyle O'Reilly in the Continental Classic would be baller.
I don't know where you would fit him on the pay-per-view currently, other than the National Championship Casino Gauntlet. Maybe Kyle O'Reilly becomes the inaugural champion there and gets to go on tour. There's a lot you could do with Kyle O'Reilly. I don't know if you just... I'm just never a fan of... Here, have the World Heavyweight Championship. You're such a good soldier. I'm not a fan of that.
Agree.
So, this is what it is. Either way, great win for Kyle. Great showing for Kyle. And happy for him.
All right, fair enough. I did see that Nick has a question real quick. So, Nick, before we close this thing out, what you got? What do you want to ask?
So, I mean, I love that Ryan's here because he can maybe answer me the question. So, two things. Ryan, what was the picture? You posted a picture on Twitter about Claudio. What was the writing on it? That was my first question.
It says soon, and one of the various languages that Claudio speaks.
Did you make that, or was that?
I made that.
Oh, okay. So my next question is, now, hopefully we all saw Collision. If we did, we didn't. I'll try not to spoil it.
Don't spoil it because not everybody's seen it.
No. I'll try not to spoil it. Do you think we would get some sort of tension on TV before the inevitable? Like, do you think we should get a couple weeks of dissension between them before we get John being bagged? Or do you think they'll just kind of do it as a shock moment?
The dissension's already there. To answer that question very simply, the dissension's already there. Don Callis and the family last week had offered their services in exchange for a favor at some point down the road in eliminating Mark Briscoe from the championship. And John Moxley said, I don't need it. Effectively said, I don't need a favor. What makes you think I need a favor from you? What makes you think we need a favor from you? And effectively turning him down. But Claudio, over screen right or left, however you look at it, was standing there, and someone had to give the Don Callis family the okay to interfere in Death Rider business. It wasn't John Moxley.
It was Claudio.
Okay, I have to go back and watch that.
There's a reason why
here's the other thing.
There's a reason why Mark Davis was the guy that attacked him.
Here's the other thing too.
Well,
they do their things subtly, right? They don't throw everything in your face, which
I see
they don't spoon feed the shit to you.
No, of course.
They give you bits of story throughout the time that they build the story. So when Claudio, here's the way Claudio's the real ringleader of everything, right? The first segment, which insinuated the Death Riders was going to become a thing. It was a promo Danielson cut when he was going into Anarchy in the Arena. And it was Blackpool Combat Club versus, I think, the Elite at that point. And the Elite had gone rogue. This is after the Punk thing, right? And he said he wanted to defend AEW, and Claudio threw his hands up in the fucking air. That's huge. And now he was the first one to hit Danielson. He will be the first one to assault Mox. That's all the story you need. He's the guy. He's the true Death Riders lead. Always has been. Just was kind of in the background of everything.
It comes down now to what Marina Shafir also thinks about this too. If anyone else will turn against John Moxley, he'll be the ride or die partner of John Moxley in this escapade, and that's Marina Shafir, who was victorious, might I add, in her women's blood and guts match. But I do love the fact that we are adding so much context to the future of the Death Riders, and it actually makes sense. But anyway, Walt, you got something to say real quick before we close this thing out?
You just mentioned it, but I think what would be more interesting is if they did it, you don't have to kick him out. If they did it where Jon Moxley goes in, he says, I got to go find myself. I'm losing confidence. I can't ask you guys to do what I can't do. I've been letting you down. I'm going to go away for a while. I no longer see fit. And I think it'll be unprecedented. I think Marina Shafir should be the default leader. It shouldn't go to Claudio because she is the badass that can run him. And how often have you ever seen a group like that be led by a woman? Like AEW has the chance to do something unprecedented and do something that was totally set them apart from everybody else. A woman-led faction that's not all women. She leads men in the battle, and she be that badass. I think they got a chance to do something I don't think we've ever seen it. Like, I know China was a big part of DX, but she was never the leader. She was just there to be the bodyguard for them. If you make Marina the actual leader and Moxley comes out of his mouth and gives it to her, then you can also run a jealousy angle in there later because somebody de facto want to leave. Like, that could be Claudio's. Like, how are you going to give it to her and not give it to me? And then that can implode them later. It's almost like you plant a seed in there later, but you don't kill it right away. Like, I feel like that'll be something way different.
I actually
feel
really
like they should go for that.
Yeah,
But
I actually really like that because if you do that, you're setting up layers of story that can go for a while. And it's not like they have to be in the singles division anymore. Like, you can have the heel Death Riders at that point that Claudio would lead, go for the trios titles and win them. You know, they're the ones that could easily beat the Hurt Syndicate. I don't know who else can beat the Hurt Syndicate if they're
Okay, that's a bold claim. That's a whole different level.
That's the perfect play, and it's all set up perfectly to do so. So I'm with Walter on this. I know we've seen, especially in the Fed, like the Civil War angle done to fucking death at this point, but there's a lot of story here when it comes to the Death Riders that needs to be told in order to properly conclude. And I think the way he kind of laid that out makes everything nice and ties it up in a bow.
But I think
that's how you do it.
Yeah, but I feel like you need to do it with Walter's idea. While it's a good idea, it's prolonging it. I think we are at the point with it where we need to turn that page and we need to get to that next chapter. I don't think we can wait anymore because the longer we wait, I feel like it's just going to be like people are not going to care.
Well, think of it like this, though. What Walter's suggesting, the page would turn. It just would turn in an unprecedented way. The next page would then turn, like, say, a month and a half, 2 months from now, where
we can't wait that long.
You know, yes, we can.
It depends on the context, Nick, because if there's context, then it's not old news. And this would be unprecedented, but I'm also going to say this before I give it to Ryan. When was the last time you fucking heard Marina Shafir say something in English, let alone give a promo? Her as a leader would be mostly just death staring and expecting the Death Riders to do what John Moxley expected. That would be unprecedented.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, how about that? A leader that doesn't speak.
A leader that doesn't speak and goes.
Hey, actions speak a lot louder than words. But go ahead, Ryan.
Get that, but there's only so much you can interpret from an action versus verbal context. And at the end of the day, John Moxley has verbally contextualized what this has been all about, and also what has failed him since Wrestle Dream, a level of strength. Damian had more strength. We haven't heard John Moxley post what Kyle O'Reilly had. And whatever Kyle O'Reilly had was enough to force John Moxley to tap out.
So the problem now is, but this is the way you can do it, right? She says her orders in the language she knows, and then you have, what if it's one of the language that Claudio understands and he's her translator?
Okay.
I'm just
respectfully.
Respectfully. Ryan, do you want to go ahead and give a closing thought on this? I know this is a nice private topic, but right now, until we see the next fallout, let's go ahead and wrap the bull up on the AEW conversation. Ryan, go ahead.
Respectfully, Marina would be a terrible leader. She has not shown any any feats of charisma or mic skills suggest that she could be the leader of the Death Riders in any way, shape, or form. Claudio, he never is given the opportunity to speak, but we know that he can talk, and he can talk. He can do pre-tapes, vignettes. He can cut promos. He can cut promo. He can cut promos in at least 4 separate languages. He can turn you into a pretzel in at least 4 separate languages.
That's also accurate.
The point is, whether it's Claudio, whether it's Wheeler, okay, there are only 2 options for the next leader of the Death Riders, and that's them. The reason why Claudio is, well, he's the first soldier. He's the guy who put the bullet in Brian's head, okay, and did the job. He's the hitman, the underboss, the general, okay. The reason why it could be Wheeler is, well, he was the first student within the Blackpool Combat Club. And if you don't know, well, they beat him religiously day in and day out until they sharpened him into a weapon. And honestly, the weapon that very well could be the dagger in the back of Jon Moxley. Now, we just said this. I don't necessarily think that Marina Shafir is a good promo, nor can lead. She hasn't really been given the opportunity to do such a thing. Neither has Wheeler Yuta. Wheeler Yuta is a great talent in ring, can do a lot of... Clearly, he's learned a lot, right? I don't think Claudio is going to be the one to put the dagger into the back of Jon Moxley. It's going to be Wheeler Yuta, and Claudio will be the new leader. And that is from the foremost Death Rider expert on the planet.
Yeah.
Right.
There's nobody that knows this story better than Ryan.
Save maybe Noah, who's stayed up on a lot of... But that's my final thoughts on it.
Well, like I said, Ryan, if you ever wanted to do a one-on-one conversation and break down the Death Rider storyline like a Wrestling Bios video, whenever it reaches its end or reaches a turning point in who leads it and what direction it goes to, you let me know. But the bottom line is this, folks. AEW Blood and Guts this year was pay-per-view quality level, bloody, beautiful, violent television. And now we see what happens as we kick it into full gear. What is it, Walter?
I would just really like your opinion on what I said, because you and I usually aren't on the wavelength. I would really like to see what you have to say.
Like I said, it all comes down to context, but it comes down to what sort of leader are you looking for, and what did Jon Moxley see in Marina Shafir versus Claudio Castagnoli. We heard the close-up of what the perspectives of both Marina Shafir and Claudio Castagnoli are when they joined Jon Moxley in this escapade. The bottom line is this. Jon Moxley's ride or die. We'll see what happens sooner rather than later, whether he willingly steps down or whether he's suffocated and dropped out. But again, there's a turning point coming in the Death Rider saga.
Well, is it the Russian language, dude? You could say "I love my mother" in Russian, and it sounds badass and crazy. Like it's so aggressive.
Yeah,
like if you just have her cut in her native tongue, like it'll just sound badass and scary.
By the way, the last time I heard Marina Shafir speak in a prolonged promo, it was in the 20-minute interview from like February.
Right.
Okay, that's the last time she's talked at length in any capacity. So
I think she's better as the silent gun in a way. Yeah, now kind of overthinking it. But anyway, let's move on. We're stuck
literally
on
overthought it for 30 minutes, but at least we're invested in AEW, and that's what some people need to actually try and put into context. Bottom line, though, you want to learn about Marina Shafir and what she truly is, go listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, or go see more of what Marina Shafir does outside AEW as the Fight Women's Champion, asking somebody to solve her. A problem in AEW is a problem waiting to be solved. I don't have the equation or the work for it, but I know there's a turning point coming for the Death Riders. And that being said, incredible chat by everybody on AEW Blood and Guts and the Death Riders ride, where we go from here as we head into full gear. After this commercial break, the wrestling talk continues as we talk about TNA Turning Point and House of Glory Superclass, and the Saturday Shenanigans to continue. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as we truly try to encompass here at the Superchatted Studios, we celebrate, embrace, engage, analyze, criticize, pontificate on truly all the wrestling, and so much more to come as well. And welcome back here once again to the Saturday Shenanigans as the weekly barber conversation of Wrestling Madness continues. I am your host for leaving Noah Foster with Walter Cruz, Hebert, the Canadian Connection, our Canadian friend Ash Nicholas Ferrantes, and now joining in the fray, Jeff Mudder from Meacham. Before we move into our next topic, Jeff, first and foremost, good to see you. How are you? It's rare having you here. And what's on your mind as of late, my friend, as we just got done talking about AEW Blood and Guts?
Okay, well, good. I can offer nothing on that because I didn't watch, and what the hell was I doing Wednesday night? I don't even remember what I was doing Wednesday. I think I was working, so yay. I did briefly hear the diabetic comment. You gotta love the logic of a diabetic bleeding out on freaking worldwide television. Good stuff. Great job, AEW.
Well, to be fair, he wanted to. It seems like wild fucker.
That's a whole different conversation. Context aside, continue, Jeff.
No one ever accused Mark Briscoe of being a logical, rational human being. We love Mark Briscoe, but let's be real. I am doing very well. I actually just got back from yet another Ariel Belvalere concert out at the Penga Mall, and always good to see my friend. She just got back in town from a month in the Orient on her first ever solo tour. We're so, how are we on the show? So fucking proud of her. She'll be back there on the 23rd, and then she's going to New York for a few weeks. So yeah, it's just no rest for the wicked or the weary, as we say here in the business. Things are, kind of good overall. Disney is what it is. My personal life is what it is. Good to see Charles and everybody in the chat, everybody here in the room. And yeah, things are good. So other than AEW, what did I miss?
That's literally it for right now as we move into our next topic, which is TNA Wrestling. As we're talking about TNA Turning Point, that me and Walter Cruz covered last night. Now, since I spearheaded the AEW conversation, I'll let Walter read the highlights and the follow-up to TNA Turning Point. So, Walter, you and I covered TNA Turning Point, also known as NXT Invasion 3.0. Fuck that brand. But go ahead, let's talk about... I said what I said. Like I said, I boycott this NXT. Not my NXT! Anyway, Walter, let's go ahead and talk about TNA. Starting with the countdown. We had a triple threat match and also Frank Kazarian's King's speech. Go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, he came in, did his little speech, was interrupted by the nemesis of fucking annoying Ryan. They said, we're going to do what we got to do, work together tonight. But after the match, I am calling my shot. So Nick Nemeth warned Kazarian right off the rip. After this match is done, it's going to be me and you. I'm calling my shot. Then we moved on from there. The pay-per-view opened up. It was the women's opened up, right?
Yes, the NXT Women's Championship. Kalani Jordan versus M by Elegance. Maggie Lee.
Knockout title, not NXT.
For M not being as experienced as Kalani, and Kalani had to carry her, this match was fucking awesome. And M freaking she really impressed me. Like, she put it out there why she got a title shot out of nowhere, but damn it, it set the precedent for this pay-per-view, and it was an awesome match. Nice back and forth. We knew they both each had a moonsault as their finisher, so it was just about who did it, but they did do dives. They went outside of the ring. A lot of back and forth action. There were times, Noah, I actually got nervous and thought M was going to pull it off. There were times where she got these covers and hit these moves that it was like, holy shit, she might actually do it. But in the end, we got a retention by Kalani Jordan. But that's how you set off a pay-per-view. That being said, if I'm being all honest with everything, and I know we're going to go through each match one-on-one, TNA usually does things right. But for some reason, I feel kind of meh about it. Like, I feel like it was mid for what it was. I don't know if it was just because it was Friday. You were under the weather. I was kind of tired. I don't think it was our reaction, but no, I'll get your opinion after. But TNA, I just feel like some matches hit, some matches missed. Overall, like right in the middle, like thumbs in the middle, not up or down. So I don't know how you feel, but I'll let you take over some of the rest of it.
I definitely share that context, but I also will add on the King's speech on kind of a turning point for Kazarian. Carlos Silva says he's now starting an internal investigation. Kazarian right now is one of the prime suspects. As Nick Nemeth also accused Kazarian. He was also part of the conversation. Since Team Morella did hire extra security outside every entrance of the building, not wanting any of that nonsense. At one point, we saw verbal blows come almost between Ava Rain and Santino Marella, while the liaison of NXT, Ariana Grace, was also there. So tensions are definitely here when it comes to this TNA NXT. Everything's fine, not relationship. But yeah, I will say that Maggie Lee, for her first chance, and by Elegance, both women about the same level of experience. One an actual wrestler, the other one coming out of the NIL program and proving that she can be quite a wrestler the last 3 years. I thought that Kalani and M had a respectable match, and why it feels like it's heel versus heel, even though she's the NXT outcast now by her own locker room. And TNA, a couple of them want to welcome her, but she's like, nope, don't need that. I thought this was pretty even, back and forth, and I thought it made M very strong. I enjoyed the fact that we didn't get much involvement by the Elegance brand, and M got to showcase what she could do as a single star. But at the end of the day, one of a kind split leg moonsault, Kalani Jordan did retain. Following that, like I said, there was more backstage altercation. Ava Rain did hire some extra security, but Ava also said she knows nothing, about NXT crashing TNA Impact.
She did make a good point. She said, I vouched for this relationship. I was the main one that put this relationship. Why would I jeopardize this? But then again, like you said, she is The Rock's daughter.
Enough said. Moving on from there, AJ Francis, BDE. There was a Canadian Destroyer spot, 2 choke slams. Match was over. Moving on. Going on from there.
Poor Brandon. I love that kid, but damn.
Look, when you're in the ring with that other guy, you're irrelevant.
I want my boy to get up there, man. Brandon's the best. He's actually one of the few
even
YouTubers
Dylan
that made
knows
it,
who
bro.
Brandon
He
is.
made
Like,
it.
damn.
He's one of the few YouTubers that made it. We got to represent our boys. Come on,
That's
now.
right.
You're right. To be fair, I mean, again, and he first faced Flop Dollar in his very first match in Wrestling Revolver, so there's that history there. And again, I thought BDE, pretty impressive showing. He tried to bring it, but at the end of the day, that guy chokeslammed in Oblivion twice. Double down, pay down,
And listen, the sooner we get him and Chris Danker as a team, the better.
Okay, now that I agree with.
It's like a wave shit here.
Context.
I'm just saying. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
I mean, the context aside. Anyway, again, as tensions are still very strong backstage. Injury report: Mike Santana, who by the way has been MIA since Frank Kazarian called his shot after the NXT freaking Renegades, freaking ran roughshod with Robert Stone and set up that situation for Kazarian. Elijah also definitely after a guitar shot to the arm. And Nick Nemeth cleared to being backstage assaulted mysteriously also. Backstage, though, Giamilla, though, Steve Macklin says it doesn't matter. He hasn't heard from him, but he's willing to go alone as, again, tag him, bag him, former serviceman. No problem taking on an army, all of his own as he holds the line. Here's where things really did pick up, Walter, and I'll let you talk about this because Indy Hartwell and Danny Luna, the no disqualification bout, they brought it to each other.
Oh, my God. She brought a side of Indy that only select few know is in there, but we had the equivalent of TLC. We had tables, we had ladders, we had chairs, and that ladder shot with that she gave her was freaking crazy. And then what'd she do? She tripped her on the stairs, and her eye was like the story was her eye.
Yes.
Like her eye was just really messed up on when she ran into the steps. And these women brought it from candlesticks, chairs, I think powder. Was it powder that was involved in the event?
Yeah, you gave that crazy ass deadlift German suplex from the apron inside the ring, almost dropped her on her head. That made you even cringe.
Dude, that crazy ass delayed German was freaking
That was sick.
Could you say she had a thorn in her eye?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they brought it at the end.
It's not worth it, Jeff. Doesn't get it. Go ahead, Walter.
I get it. But Indy, in the end, Indy wins. But man, that's a side of her that's freaking scary. And only a select few. Like I'm telling you, I know she had her shot at her title, but Kalani better watch her ass because I think she's coming back for it. And Indy's gonna get her just deserved. Like I'm telling you, in 2026, Indy's wearing that title.
Walter, This is a woman that married Dexter Loomis and partnered with The Way. Okay, she a little out there.
Well, yeah, but also to Jeff's point, the Hertz donut was passed down by Johnny Gargano to Indy Hartwell, and it was the Hertz donut on a chair, jaw first, might I add, that allowed Indy Hartwell to get the win over Danny Luna. But Danny Luna is a force to be reckoned with, and I'm so glad to see her in this spotlight. Absolute powerhouse. She took it and brought it.
That's a
You
weird.
can't claim she's just a tag. Yeah, it is. You can't just say she's a tag team wrestler anymore. She showcased herself. Yeah.
A modified Blue Thunder Bomb into chairs for a 2 count. That deadlift German spot. She's got one of the most meanest deadlift Germans I've ever seen. Taking that spine buster onto a damn ladder. Still was able to keep fighting.
Indy tried one good plan deserves another. She tried to do the same damn suplex, but the opposite way into the ring, but she just couldn't get it. But I was like, holy shit, if she pulls this off.
About to say, and the contest to pull it off. Anyway, going backstage, Ava says she hired more security, and Steve Morella went to Costco, got a camera system, doesn't know how to set it up. God damn it, Santino.
Jeff wants to say something, by the way.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I just wanted to ask that even with freaking chairs involved, the Blue Thunder Bomb still couldn't get a win.
No, don't start, Sky.
I was just asking.
Not only with the chairs, but she bounced her off the rope when she did it. There was some oomph in that Blue Thunder Bomb.
I start to realize more and more the only person that ever did the Blue Thunder Bomb right is John Cena, because he never went for a pin after.
Goddamn right.
Proto Bomb, but still
Proto Bomb, different move. And to be completely fair to the move, El Generico won many a match with the Blue Thunder Bomb, except once he retired and went to his orphanage, Sami Zayn for some reason can't pull it off. So except like twice. So.
I'm about to say Kevin Steen hasn't forgotten about that. Don't Kevin Owens get well soon.
All right. Takeshita does a good Blue Thunder Bomb.
He does a good Blue Thunder Bomb.
Yeah,
I am telling you, some of the Blue Thunder Bombs that Steen sustained did definitely contributed to Owens' current neck problems. Like, God,
probably a little bit.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. All right. Moving on from there, more knockouts on action as we have the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Champion Triple Threat, the Inspiration, Cassidy, Justin McKay, the Angel Warriors, Layling Lee and Zaya Brookside, and Tessa Blanchard. Oh, wait, wasn't medically clear to compete. So the newest knockout signing, Mila Moore, teamed up with Victoria Crawford. And we had a Triple Threat for the TNA Knockouts for Tag Team Championships. Not a whole lot of context out this match besides the fact Mila Moore probably has bad an attitude as Tessa Blanchard, but at least she's not being called the R word, as people can't forget the past. It is what it is with this society. Again, I move on. I live in the present. And
I knew she wasn't dressed for compete. As soon as I saw that dress, I was like, she's in high heel. She's not competing. Something's happening.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I knew it. And was it before this or after that we had that weird Ryan Nemeth backstage thing with Marisade? Yeah, it was before this. Talking about that was before this. So yeah, I just mentioned that because it plays into the end. So
true, but he's still the most obnoxious voice since Fran Drescher from The Nanny. Anyway,
I know.
Moving on from there. The Angel Warriors, though, I thought would look very good here. And again, the Inspiration, the only legitimate women's tag team right now in the wrestling business. They proved again what chemistry and history really bring as they were able to isolate, I believe it was Layling Lee, and able to pin her with the, or it was Zaya, I forget which one, and pin her with the idolizer for the, no, it was Zaya Brookside, pin her with the idolizer for the,
yeah, I was going to say it was Zaya. I was just going to correct. Yeah, it was Zaya. And then, and then freaking, she does the pin. Cassie got the pin.
And but counted along with it.
Yeah, Jessica counts with it. It's the funniest shit ever.
They knew they won. Shoot, they knew they won. They are unmatched right now. They knew they won.
They did have referee tops, so fit.
And, well, the black and white context aside, the referee didn't know who the fuck was legal after the first 5 minutes. I'm just saying. All right. No one ever knows who's legal in a multi-person or multi-team match anymore. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, multiple matches I lost who was legal.
That's fair because there was multiple matches with multiple people in action, including this one. Trios action. Sid Alexander, the Hardy taking on Mustafa Ali and the Grey Hands. Go ahead, Walter. I mean, this match, it was all right, but at the end of the day, we're just looking at the fact that the Grey Hands might be going up to the TNA Tag Team Championships. Agent Zero is still a force to be reckoned with, and Tasha Steelz, again, seems to be the indelible factor to Mustafa Ali's continued forward momentum to try and prove that he should be the great leader TNA needs.
If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have won.
Who's Agent Zero?
We have no damn clue. This giant guy that apparently is Mustafa Ali's secret weapon, part of his secret service.
Bro,
so Omos, got it. Okay.
Yeah, dude is like 7'2", yo. Whoever he is, he's a big giant of a man, dude. He's scary.
Omos is 7'2", isn't he?
Okay, James, I'm just gonna say this real quick. Agent Zero's white. Anyway,
Come on, James, figure it out, buddy.
I didn't know. I haven't been keeping up.
Well, start keeping up. That's what we do here, damn it. Anyway,
I'll try.
Go ahead, Walter. Continue. Jesus.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for Tasha, and we got a new champion. Damn, he just out wrestled him. But anyways, yeah, if it wasn't for Tasha Steele, I don't know. The decision hasn't been made, but I know Makacha just fucking dominated all 5 rounds. But anyways, yeah. I mean, people that don't like wrestling and boo and shit and more action, fucking stop it, and it won't happen. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Anyway, back to TNA, back to our scheduled programming. I mean, again, a low blow, and we all knew who was going to eat the fall here at the end of the day. Cedric Alexander. Ali got the low blow on Alexander and got the roll-up freaking win. After the Hardys fended up Agent Zero to the back with steel chairs.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And then, damn, what was next? The
other tag, the system with Alicia Edwards and the Rascals. First time ever to get her the foursome as Desmond Xavier returned home.
Yes, and this stole the night to me. It was awesome to see. First time, all 4 of these Rascals in the ring together in TNA. I almost said Wesley, but yeah, Desmond rejoined them, and this was an awesome. And I totally forgot that the system are faces now. The fact that they respected each other, these two went at it. Couple of slips by Moose, but that headbutt, man, Moose, the size of that man's head, it's like getting hit with the damn Patriots helmet by itself that he uses to use. Like, holy shit, these headbutts that this man does. But you know, it's weird seeing the Jezebel not out there and cheating for them. It's so weird to cheer her, but I should have known to not pick the system because of this mystery partner. But yeah, the system failed, but it was an awesome match, showcase. Everybody shook hands, stood and in the middle of the ring, raised each other hand because JDC has announced that he is retiring in January. So this could be the very well last little showcase for him. So I feel like they pulled this match very good. But yeah, to me, match of the night is stolen. You got your high flying, you got your heavy hitting, the spare by Moose, freaking ridiculous. The headbutts, that climbing the rope thing that he slipped when he did it. But I mean, he got it. And then the cutters that these people pull off. What's the not Miguel, not
Barry Wentz, the UFO cutter.
No, not Zachary's. The other guy.
Myron Reed.
Myron Reed. That freaking reverse cutter that he did, that he went all the way down on it. It was like a jawbreaker / stun, like a stunner cutter. Yeah, dude, that man could go. Like, and I think he deserves more credit. And then at the end, of course, it was Desmond hitting the 450.
Spiral tap.
The spiral tap. Yeah, I always get those two moves, but he hit that and he got the win. So Desmond won for Rascals, like in his coming home, like literally coming home, because one, it was in Full Sail University, but he came back to TNA.
Right, have a freaking irony there. Jeff, I did see your hand up for a moment, then I'll go to Nick. Jeff, would you want to say something real quick about this?
Oh, Nick can go first.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
I'm just raise my hand to let you boys know that I'm going to be taking off.
Okay.
She 1 a.m. in the morning out here, so yeah, we're gonna head to bed.
All right. Okay. Well, appreciate you, and we'll see you either on AEW calls or the next Shenanigans. You and Miss Ferrantes, take it easy. Appreciate you both always.
I'll see you guys on the net. Yeah, I'll see you guys on Simply Predicted. Just keep me in the
loop.
Right, see you, brother.
All right, I'll keep you posted on it.
All right,
good night, Nick.
guys. Jeff Meacham for senator.
No, God, no. Hey,
God,
especially
help
after
us.
tonight, because the Kings whooped the Senators' ass tonight in hockey. So there you go.
All right, well, now we're not trying to get a debate going here.
No,
so let's
I know,
go
I
ahead
know.
and continue. Anyway, Jeff, go ahead.
Did the moment with JDC and Breezy make TV, or was that like off air?
Off air.
Okay, I was just curious because it was really cool to see them pose together after the match. That was neat. That was kind of
Yeah,
cool.
I'm about to say, I mean, I was actually wondering if it was going to be Tyler Breeze just because of the context history with JDC. I mean, at one point, JDC almost fandangled again, and I was like, do it, damn it. At one point, though, to this point, yeah, it was really great seeing how well these units worked together. At one point, each side did 4-on-1 offense. There was an absolute system overload match spot with backpack stunner, spear, elbow drop, guillotine leg drop by the entire system on one of the Rascals. Still wasn't enough. And the Rascals came in with cutter after cutter after cutter, hot fire flame on the outside, hot fire flame on the inside, and it still wasn't enough. And again, to Walter's point, it was a midair cutter on Moose, followed by a UFO cutter by Zachary Wentz, and then freaking Xavier hit JDC with the spiral tap. AJ Styles move for the 1-2-3. So it was a really great match. This definitely, again, reminded me what TNA is all about. This was my match of the night. Continue.
I definitely have to rewatch this show because I missed it last night because I was out and about last night. I'll have to go back and rewatch this show. I know what happened in the main event, and I gave Mr. Silva a small piece of my mind on social media about it that I'll elaborate on when we get to that point. But,
I'm sure you will, and I'm sure I will too, because again, this is not my NXT, and I'm really getting pissed off at this shit right now. But I'm going to save that for later. Anyway, moving on from there. After the match, both teams,
You ain't the only one.
said, embraced in the ring, and Eric Young blames Team Morella with these problems of TNA with NXT. He actually might be right, and he led them a sign that says a cleanse is coming with a QR code. What the hell does that mean with Eric Young? Who the hell knows?
Dude, I so want to know what this means. Like, I see gonna be a leader of yet another kind of cult faction. Like, what the hell?
I don't know at this point. He's done how many factions? You had Super Elite with him at one point. You had Violent by Design. You had Sandy in NXT. You had almost the Northern Army before Synergy betrayed him.
He's been in more factions than Randy freaking Orton.
There's an entire country pissed off right now at the United States, specifically Los Angeles. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays, and then the Kings beat the Maple Leafs here this week. It could be Team Canada. Scott Moore may be coming back after all.
You know what? Honestly, I would have ruled that out, and Scott Moore might be the savior that TNA needs. Anyway, moving on. TNA X-Division Championship match. Leon Slayer versus Rich Swann. Go ahead, Walter.
This I saw.
This literally the present versus the past. I said it. It was like he was staring 15 years into his future. And Rich Swann, to his credit, I'm telling you, 2020 during the pandemic, I know we don't like to remember, he was TNA. He held the title. It's not his fault that the pandemic happened, but I mean, let's not forget this man. This is only 6 years ago. The man was carrying the company on his back. So let's not forget who he is. Yeah, he's annoying, and it's more about who he associates with right now that we don't like him, because he has to deal with AJ and being in that fucking group. But anyways, these two brought it. High flying action, back and forth. There were times where I literally thought he was going to pull it out. He hit his own 450 flash on Leon, and the referee's hand was like right here, like before Leon kicked out. But I mean, the fact that he dedicated this match to his Nana, as they say in the UK, like he had extra motivation. But what pissed me off is it reminds me of what stupid ass WWE and NXT did last time, because they robbed us of an awesome match, because Leon keeps proving that should have had, the last match should have had a better ending. But I don't want to make Noah go on a rant. But these two went at it. The freaking, when he ran and cleared the ring, Leon, to do that was it a corkscrew he ended up hitting?
It's a freaking corkscrew, that's correct.
Yeah. And he like almost damn near from the middle of the ring to the outside. Like the distance that man cleared with that move is ridiculous. But then Rich Swann gets to hit the same moves. Like it's literally the Matrix. It's like the Spider-Man meme. They literally were like facing one another. Like it literally is that. And then at the end, Leon gets the the fact that he was teasing this, he kept trying to hit the Styles Clash. And that was a good way to stop it, by the way, to hug your own body, to not give him the arm. But then he finally hits it. If you fuckers don't give me AJ Styles and Leon Slater, like, I don't know what the fuck the point of this union is. But anywho.
brave, continue.
But then he hits, of course, his 450 Swanton, puts it in, and I got to give Swan the credit. He reached out his hand, but he kicked his hand like a heel would, but then he hugged him, and he pretty much endorsed him. You don't need to put him up or do a face switch or anything, but he literally endorsed him, much like everybody is. And I said this is what Leon Slater needs to do. He needs to go against all the X Division vets to put this title on. And so he already did it going against Amazing Red. I'm telling you, he needs to go against AJ Styles. And damn it, if Jerry Lynn wasn't so neck broken and at his age, they could have did that too.
Or in AEW, that's part of it too.
Samoa Joe, another one, and Christopher Daniels, who's now retired. But also, to your point, he hit Utopia following the Styles Clash. That was the setup, of course, for the Swanton 450. And this was the match about the eye, particularly because Slater's eye collided with the steel ring steps after a body drop on the outside, as Slater caught Swan and drove into the mat with a spinning side slam. And again, the whole idea of the X Division, the vision about no limits, the innovation behind these two men's moves and countering each other, springing out of nowhere at times, was really impressive. And this really did feel like the Rich Swann that led TNA in the past, former X Division champion, TNA World Champion, who of course beat Moose to unify the TNA World Heavyweight Championship and Impact World Championships. It was really good to see Rich Swann in this light, but also give that nod to Leon Slater, as Leon Slater, of course, said that this was in memory of his grandmother. And of course, they talked about that at a post-match interview with Mean Jay Miller, as of course he and Devin Evans challenged Retribution for the NXT Tag Team Championships at freaking Gold Rush. And
this match was just awesome. And I mean, this match had more flips than Big Show's heel turns. Like, I'm telling you.
That might be, in Jeff's word, accurate. All right. And as we go from there,
that is fantastic, that analogy.
About to say the Scott Stat Boy would approve, and you can follow Stat Boy, of course, for continuing covering Monday Night Football. Anyway, Walter, let's go ahead and get to our main event: Mike Santana and Steve Maclin versus Nick Nemeth and Frank Kazarian. Go ahead.
Well, it started as a handicap match because Santana was nowhere to be found because 24 hours before he got his freaking arm pretty much ripped out of his socket, or his elbow dislocation. Steve Maclin said. He said it in the ring. He put the mic. He said, well, looks like it's going to be a handicap match. Well, screw it. And he threw the mic at Frank and then started attacking Nick. So pretty much.
That both men. He scud both of them.
Yeah, and then he started doing his own kind of dives, trying to take it to him. Nick, surprisingly, and Frank, with how much ego each of them has. Sorry, Jeff. I'm shocked they actually worked well together at the beginning. They worked well. Midway through the match, we cut to a Mercedes SUV in the back, and I said it. No, I knew it. You literally have to stop this man from breathing for him not to show up. Mike Santana pops up through security. Santino with the funniest fucking thing to let him through security. Like, let him through. Get out of here. Because the security was there.
And by the way, Marisol, to your point, came into play also when she took out Ryan Nemeth with a super kick, much to my
yeah. Something about stupid about wet hair. Even Ryan's such an ass and dumb that even the fucking stories he's involved in are stupid. Like, what the hell does her having wet hair have to do with anything? Anyway.
Why does he exist in TNA is a different conversation as well.
I don't know. But, I mean, his biggest accolade is that he holds someone else's trophy for him. But anyways. They
all my damn friends in one match. Jesus, I guess.
But then Mike Santana gets in, gets the hot tag, goes freaking crazy. But again, that arm is hurt. Nick and Frank eventually start getting on the elbow. Then the worst part that pissed Noah off. These fucking Timu rejects from NXT.
Before that, I will say, It was a nod back to Thursday where he tried to spin the block again, wasn't able to. Kazarian went for the roll up. This time Santana kicked out.
He actually hit it though. He hit the spin the block.
He did spin the block and pinned the TNA World Champion to get the win. A little side after redemption for Mike Santana. And then afterwards, Walter.
The stupid NXT where how did they get in the building with security, which means they were in the building prior to security probably, but they come in, attack everyone, then Frankie conveniently was in the corner, Nick's outside deciding whether he's going to cash in his opportunity. He goes to the referee, gives him the trophy, says that he's going to cash in, but then he gets beat down, and then suddenly NXT attacks Frankie, bringing it into question whether Frankie really did orchestrate it.
See, exactly.
But you know Frankie's lying, Jeffrey. You know how Frankie's lying. He's talking.
How long did it take him to attack Frankie Kazarian?
All right, hey. I'll tell you what. I'll let everybody say their piece on the TNA show, and then I will give my further thoughts on what I said to Silva on Twix. But go ahead. Running around the room, Walter. Running around the room. Go ahead.
But yeah, so that's how it went off the air with NXT looking down. Like, I don't know what this is.
Robert Stone, Lexus King, that fuck up tag team, and Brooks Jensen, and Charlie Dempsey.
And Charlie Dempsey.
Far more in superior light than this bullshit trying to create Invasion 3.0.
He doesn't have a quarter crew anymore, and yet he gets involved in this shit. You show that you can't even lead your own team. Everybody wants to leave you. So like, what's the point of this? So I don't get it, but that's how we went off the air. So go ahead, Noah. You're the host. You can give it around the room and give your thoughts.
Look, this is not about me ranting how much this is not my NXT, and fuck Robert Stone, and the jury is out whether Ava Rain is trying to corrupt TNA from within with these fucking Temu extras that haven't been released due to budget cuts. But nonetheless, I have no idea what the fuck's going on right now, as TNA is definitely reaching a turning point where, again, my greatest fear is becoming a similarity than alternative, and I'm just waiting for the word acquisition. That being said, turning point, it was a mixed bag. It definitely picked up later in the show. The knockouts delivered as I expected. Hell, I'll give Kalani Jordan even credit for where credit's due. But this was a bullshit ending on multiple facets, and I hope that this gets corrected somehow permanently, where I thought we had Robert Stone left behind the past. But anyway, turning point, it could have been better, but for the last few years, turning point's kind of been a throwaway. So this was also just meh. And you can even tell the crowd reaction was meh, especially when these guys show up. They're not a draw. If nothing else, this hurts TNA, in my opinion, in more ways than one. Bullshit. But the jury is out. Is Kazarian actually involved in this? As Carl Silva internal investigation continues, who truly is at fault here? Is it an inside job? I don't know. I'm not Jesse Ventura. I'm not Mr. Conspiracy Theory. And fuck anything regarding NXT when it comes to me being TNA faithful, because at the end of the day, I want TNA to be what I've always known it to be. But I certainly don't know what I'm doing right now in TNA wrestling with this invasion of NXT. But turning point was okay. Then I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, as Walter finished out and I finished out, let's go around the horn and get everybody else's thoughts. Ash, as always, I see you always so attentive, doing your notes, doing your homework. You're always a great learner. I appreciate your open-minded outlook towards all things wrestling. You echo the sentiments of me, so I respect that. Based on what you heard, because I imagine you didn't watch, and again, I understand that. Mm-hmm. What do you take away from what we said about turning point in TNA?
So, from what I've heard, so ever since 2007, the TNA knockout, the TNA women's division has been kicking ass, which is really good. At least that you can say what you will about TNA, but at least when it comes to the women's division, they've always been consistent.
Damn fucking right, all 3 matches.
And yeah, System versus Wrestle sounds like it'd be a fun match. And same with the X Division title, which is one of the, and that was when I started watching TNA. Those were the 3 things that kept me watching in 2010 was the tag division, the X division, and the women.
All right. Very good. Anything else?
No, that's it. It looks like those are going to be matches I'm going to be checking out when. No, that's another thing because, yeah, I got a lot of catching up to do on wrestling because, goddamn. Work's been kicking my ass.
Ways of the Superman, Ash. Find the dedicated time, watch as you can, and if you can, avoid streaming services and fuck television. James, you heard all this. What is your takeaway regarding what we said regarding TNA Wrestling and TNA Turning Point? If you have anything, go ahead.
Oh, man. Look, I've been saying it. It's getting out of hand with this TNA NXT stuff.
Charlie Dempsey, by the way, and all these cronies also laid out the director of 40s and Tina Morella and Sinner and Saint.
I mean,
Oh, I forgot they were in TNA.
yeah, like here's the other thing too now, right? So the guy who was on NXT for a whole year comes like there's a couple problems I have with this show. The guy who literally shows up to TNA now, Desmond Xavier, who was known as Wesley for ages, now has to go back to his indie name because he got released from WWE. Yet he goes back to the company that, they're in a partnership with. Tell me how that makes sense if you were just going to fucking get him in there anyway. Like, this is where the Fed logic needs to die. The name conventions need to die because now it is proving to be a problem, because now companies you are partnered with will now have people they'll come in under different fucking names, and it's their indie name or it's their WWE name, and you're confusing your fucking audience, and it's making more people tune out as a result of that. I have a huge issue with that. The other issue I have is just give fucking Frankie Kazarian the goddamn title already.
He has it. He is the champ.
He is the champ. Good. Okay.
Yeah. But I just want to bounce off your point.
Yeah, he did.
There's ways. This is a business decision. They release them and allow them to go to TNA as a way to cut the money, salary off of them and put it on TNA's books without losing their books. I'm telling you, it's business things.
Okay.
No, his indie names are better.
Indie names are better, but he's now made his name with Wesley. Either let him keep the fucking name, or don't fucking change his name at all. You can't have your cake and then eat it too. You can't.
In WWE world, with their conglomerate taking over everything, apparently you can't.
I was gonna say they sure as shit can, and it tastes like it came out of first class catering now, because it is.
Not only can WWE have their cake and eat it too, they fucking own the bakery that made the cake.
No,
and it's flambe right now. They're making so much goddamn money.
I'm
They're on
saying from
fire.
a viewer. I'm saying from a viewer's perspective.
Viewer's perspective, okay.
From a viewer's perspective, that's going to fuck with a lot of people's canon. You are really screwing people. Like, this is the same issue with Mia Yim. I had the same issue when they did that with her, because she was known as Jade in TNA, and then she comes back as Mia Yim, right? Had the same issue there. So I'm very consistent when it comes to this.
I have a big problem with her Twitter name being Big Meech. It's like, no, bitch, that's my father is Big Meech. You can fuck off.
That's a whole different conversation.
I know.
This is fair.
I know.
This is fair.
Continue, James.
But no, like that's my biggest takeaway. I'm glad Frankie finally got the title. Long fucking overdue. Personally, in my opinion, I wish that he had won it in LA because the scene was set. And then also, by the way, they, did the same bullshit with Mike Santana. And then the two guys who really needed the fucking title, they have them fight against each other. And one looks like a fucking jabron against Frankie. Like, what are we doing? I don't understand what we're doing. Like, there was no way we couldn't have had both and made it work. Frankie didn't even need to be a long-term champion. He just needed to get the fucking belt to be classified as a fucking world champion. Why couldn't you have done that in LA and then give the goddamn belt to Mike Santana in Brooklyn?
Because that would make too much damn sense, and they had to include quick wins for every fucking reason.
And you know why that got fucked with? NXT. Fuck this partnership. I'm over this goddamn partnership. And fuck, who's the president of TNA?
Carlos Silva.
Carlos Silva, stop cucking yourself. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, okay.
Okay, James, that's a hell of a last statement.
It's
Well,
true.
I don't know if
All
Kurt
of his
Angle
plans
agrees.
that he had set long term, you could tell, have been.
He is nowhere
Screwed
near
over.
that the level of that Tony Khan is. Let's
gonna get yourself in trouble, girl.
Yeah.
To say.
Yeah, about to say it. Thank you, James. Okay, Jeff, you've been quiet here, my brother. Go ahead and talk about your thoughts on Turning Point, Kazarian now champion, his involvement possibly in this angle, conspiracy theory, Invasion 3.0, whatever else is on your mind. The floor is yours, my good friend. Go ahead.
I've been quiet because up to that last few words, James is making my point for me. Look,
damn,
Carlos, you're sending this first of all, decent show. From what I read, didn't have a problem with it. The X Division title match was as it should be, next level, because it's the X Division. There are no limits.
Yeah, exactly.
But as far as this World Championship scene and the involvement of NXT, look, I'll be respectful, Mr. Silva. You told me to call you Carlos, but I'm going to call you Mr. Silva here on a public platform because I have respect. You could have prevented all of this. You could have prevented Frankie may or may not be involved in this NXT thing. You could have not had NXT be involved. You could have maybe not lost Joe Hendry to WWE now if you had just played things straight back in April. You and your little director of authority or whatever the hell you're calling Santino Marella allowed an NXT contracted superstar to be involved in your world title match here in Los Angeles. If there's no Ethan Page, it's Frankie Kazarian versus Joe Hendry one-on-one. And Frankie beats that guy straight up in front of his wife, his boy, his family, his friends.
What?
And Joe Hendry gets to go off as champion like a superstar because he gets beaten by royalty in the man's kingdom. But instead, Joe Hendry retains the title because of shenanigans involving Ethan Page, who I love Ethan Page, by the way. I'm not even going to try to shit on him. I love Ethan Page. But then Trick Williams has to get himself involved because he's pissed off at Joe Hendry. If Frankie just faces Joe one-on-one and Frankie wins the title here like he should have, there's none of this bullshit the last 7 months. You brought this on yourself, Carlos, Mr. Silva. There's no need to investigate. You're the one at fault. You and Santino. You did this. You have Anakin Skywalker. You have done that yourself. Get over it. The king can wear his crown, and he shall reign until he decides he will no longer reign. And you know what? Let's give the man a little credit here, shall we? This man's poor wife had to sit through multiple extra innings of baseball only to see her precious Toronto Blue Jays come up short against the superior Los Angeles Dodgers. Frankie went out there and won this for his wife to make her feel better. She has been so dejected since the Blue Jays got beat, as they should have, by the Dodgers. This man is doing his wife a good service. Happy wife, happy life, muckerfuthers.
Don't tell that.
And you're shitting on him for winning the world title for his woman? Shame on all of you for that, first of all.
What?
Shame, I say.
What the hell did this turn into? But I will say this. I do think Joe Hendry versus Frankie Kazarian would have been a much more captivating one-on-one, whether Rebellion or pushed out to Slammiversary, than including fucking NXT in this shit. But
yes.
Anyway.
And again, from a kayfabe standpoint, I said what I said, right?
I know.
From a business standpoint, looking outside of it, I like the NXT and TNA involvement, but it's becoming like, okay, where are we going? What are we doing? Why is it we're having a WCW 2001 moment where the people that can't get over on Tuesday nights are being thrust into our faces on Thursdays and pay-per-views?
Thank you.
Why is that happening? And this is not trying to shit on anybody. I love Robbie E., Robert Stone. I love Charlie Dempsey. I love all these guys we're seeing do this invasion, but it makes them look like, with all respect to the departed and the released, the Chuck Palombos, the Sean O'Hares, the freaking, Bill DeMotts of the world. Like, who gives a fuck about these guys being here?
No one gives a flying fuck. I guarantee you people walked out that damn building when those shitheads showed up.
I know what I said was harsh, but there's a reason I ended it with that, because that what you guys said precisely proves my point.
But
that's why.
my
you
whole thing
know?
is I don't necessarily believe that, and again, I am not trying to compare the mindset of Carlos Silva and those that are running TNA to the mindset of Vince McMahon and his minions in 2001, because I can't make myself believe that Paul Levesque, Nick Khan, and those that are currently running WWE NXT, Shawn Michaels, actually perceive TNA as they ever had a chance to beat us and now they didn't, so we're going to make them our bitch. That was very much the mindset in 2001.
Exactly.
As much as, Vince is all about making money, they put that crazy old man on his ass for 83 weeks plus.
Right.
Okay? Vince, dude, Pritchard and I have said this in a roundabout way more than once. Bradshaw said it. Vince is a vindictive mucker father. All right, he just is. Okay, that's who that man is. I personally, based on the way that they have evolved, both on screen and behind the scenes, and the fact that at the end of the day, TNA was never. Look me in my eye. I loved TNA from the beginning. TNA was never going to take over the top spot in the wrestling world. As awesome as they have been, and as shitty as they were at times, they were never going to be. Again, I'm not speaking ill of the dead, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's enough said. Continue, Jeff.
TNA was never a legitimate threat to WWE. They were always going to be the alternative. So I don't see the partnership as NXT trying to make TNA their bitch. So I'm not sure what the end game is, except to get some of these people. We often, as a collective, whether it's here or on the No DQ review or on the Greg Cherry show, bitch about so many talents not getting the opportunities on the main roster shows because there's just so many goddamn employees right now.
Right.
Maybe for whatever reason, this is the way. Sorry to Johnny and Candace for using that phrase so many times. This is the way that they're going to get these guys on TV. I want to see Charlie Dempsey on my television, whatever night of the week it is. I don't need to see him with the No Quarter Catch crew. I thought that was a dead end from the beginning. I really did. And Lexus King again. I would love if they developed more of him, if they developed more of Charlie, if, having Mr. Stone being the NXT intro guy with whatever the hell her name was, that blonde that just stood out like a sore thumb. It didn't make no sense that she was there.
Stevie Turner.
Thank you. Sorry. That's not trying to shit on Stevie. I just didn't know her. I don't pay enough attention.
No, that's fair. I knew her from NXT UK. Continue.
Yeah, there was so much going on, and I feel like we as a fandom are being guilty of what we criticize others about is impatience. This new invasion or this latest incursion from NXT is 2 shows old. Really. Impact and last night. I would love to see what happens on Thursday. I would love to see what the road to what's the December show?
Final resolution.
What the road to final resolution brings. If the final resolution show does bring a final resolution to the battle between the two brands, cool. If it doesn't, then we can revisit this at the end of the year and go, be like Craig Ferguson. What did we learn during the year today, Jeff? It went batshit. But for now, it's 2 shows old. And at the end of the day, for me, I went to this weekend. I got to see my Christmas parade at work. I got to see my friend of 2 decades become a world champion. I forgot what I was put in that post, but I am the most content I've been in a month, professionally, personally, fandom wise. I have zero complaints. And I am happy for my friend. And on the real, I'm very happy for Frankie and Tracy and Rebel because it's so freaking cool that even at 27 years in, he can still be a world champion and a credible world champion and legitimate threat to everybody around him. This is the guy that couldn't make it a year in WWE because they were blowing themselves up about having the cruiserweights be revitalized, and he went, "No, you're not." This is a guy who was wrestling in a freaking Jewish community center 22 years ago against the current Raw GM for a championship that, for a very long time, meant a great deal to the wrestling world. Now he holds the championship that should have been his a long time ago. And I'm trying not to get too emotional because it's late and I'm tired and I'm overstimulated. But fuck me, I am so happy for my friend. I can't even. I could spit. I'm so happy.
All right, I'll give you that.
Right.
You know what?
Me too. Me
This
too.
is King's best friend's speech. Go ahead and continue. I mean, this
It
is actually
is-
a very positive light, and in real context, I will say this: as TNA faithful, it is very, very, very cool to see one of the last standing true TNA originals finally win the big one.
It's one of those of that group of the four of them. Frankie, AJ, Joe, and Chris. Chris not
He's the
having won the
last.
Chris not having won the TNA World Championship or the NWA Championship before it would bother me a lot more had Chris not won the Ring of Honor title.
That's the kicker.
But he got it.
Yep.
So every one of them has been a world champion where they should have been a world champion.
Yep.
And Joe and AJ have been champions in multiple promotions.
Yep.
So God damn, I wish JJ was here. I wish freaking work and traffic and rain wasn't what it was. For those of us that sat in that little sweat box, and it was the sweat box for a reason, Jeebus Christ, and watch these guys ply their trade when they weren't trying to get TNA off the ground. It is so fucking gratifying to sit here now. And yes, would I be happy if Nick Nemeth, was in the picture more than just getting himself clunked over the head backstage or, having his shot called, taken down? If he hadn't already been world champion, I would be a lot more pissed off for him. But Nick, if you listen to Nick's interviews when he's just being him and he's talking to Van Vliet or whatever, he's content, dude. He is so happy with where things are going on right now. And I personally like Ryan. I know a lot of people don't like Ryan in the character. Kid busts his ass. He really does. And I think that he's got a legitimate staying power beyond just being Nick's brother, beyond just being Nick's tag team partner. I think there is something there for him. What else? Santana, kayfabe wise, aw, poor Mikey hurt his little arm. Ain't that a bitch? Real talk, Mike Santana's a fucking stud. Dude is a badass. He should not have been a 2-week champion. That's fucked up. And I feel bad.
Right?
I really do. For real. I watched him and Ali tear the freaking Galen Center down back in April. And I'm like, God damn, why weren't these guys on television sooner in
I saw Big
WWE?
Moose last year at Bound for Glory.
It just those guys. Ali still not being a megastar befuckles me. Don't understand it. And same with Santana. Santana was a castaway, more than one company,
Including here.
including TNA. Yeah, and there is so much good within TNA, even with the befuddling NXT partnership, whatever it's going to be. There is so much genuine, good talent and quality human beings on that roster. I got to interact with every title holder in that company at that time back in April, and every one of them is a genuine, decent person, which in this business, to have that many people be decent in a room was like, huh, Okay, cool. Haven't seen this in a while. What happened to Ash sucks. Not I love our Ash too, but
Ashley's family.
Ashley, what happened to former Dana is fucked up too. Just I hate that for her. But it's letting
Did they actually reveal what it is? Because I never read or heard.
I don't remember what was said. I don't even think it has been said yet.
It has not.
But whatever did cause her retirement, it's very much like what happened with Balor when he finally won a world WWE title. It's like, I had handed over. It's like when Sting finally came and then he had to, it's sometimes bad shit happens to good people. Sometimes bad shit happens once people have their lives cleared up. This week is an anniversary of that. Somebody who was clean and sober for over 4 years drops brushing his teeth because his body's like, okay, cool, but you ran me hard for a while. It's the world is what it is, and Noah is our most prolific pontificator of positivity, keeping things in perspective. But sometimes bad shit does happen to good or redeemed people. And Mike Santana is on that list. Ash is on that list.
Adam Cole.
Adam Cole. Fuck, dude. I am still so bummed for Adam Cole. I can't even deal with it. Whatever is going on with Britt Baker, don't understand that. But when you think about it, that woman had a stroke and still came back. And even if it was just one more match, she had a stroke and came back and wrestled the match. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
I have said for about 2 weeks now, wrestling has been the one aspect of my life that hasn't been a complete shit show of 2025. But there's been some crazy shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, as we sit here on November 15th, 16th for some of you.
Yes.
It's about as good as it's been in a little bit. And I look forward to Monday. Well, I look forward to it, but I'm also like, we're just one more day closer to the end of John Cena's career, and I'm not dealing with it very well.
Less than a month away.
Yeah, we've got 3 dates on television, one of which I'll be there for, which we have plugs later, kids. I am very excited to be a wrestling fan again, and I'm glad that I have a schedule where my schedule retained or regained that I can watch more regularly. Anyway, that was a really long rant. I didn't mean to. I just haven't been on the air with anybody in a while that I've been able to just kind of let loose. So
damn it, Mike Tyson.
That's one of those things, Jeff, where in context, again, you've always taught wrestling as I've come to know you as, simply as a friend, but also you also give people the rightful glory, and justifiably so, considering how many people you've seen grow in this business. And that means even more. I mean, I look at my friend Amara Jade, who continues to fight for up to 2 years on the shelf, starting her young career across the pond. I look at people that have really risen to the occasion of business, like Brooke Havoc, Chris Statlander, Sky Blue, So Ruka has become a hidden gem, in my opinion, who didn't even stars and superstars and nil athlete. It is a beautiful thing to look at how the business has evolved. And while we did see a turning point last night, there is no stopping the evolution that is professional wrestling business and the continued passion we have for it. So I really appreciate your dissertation, not only towards your friend, but towards what I try to encompass, a positive outlook in protecting your mentality and just your life enjoying wrestling. But always know, with good comes bad. With good, there is evil, but it's what you choose to associate yourself with or choose to affect you that truly helps you and destroys you at the end of the day, fan-wise or personal-wise. Walter, I see your hand real quick before we take a commercial break. What do you got to say?
Well, one, damn you, Mike Tyson. I forgot how hard it is to beat him.
Okay.
But what was I gonna say? Oh, I'm really curious to see this whole Eric Young angle because it feels like it's gonna be their answer to the NXT. Like, are they gonna have a bunch of TNA, whether it's heel or face, work together to get rid of NXT? I'm really curious to do that. And then the positive spins on this, you don't know. Iron Deadline's gonna come up, and that Iron Survivor. What if there's TNA superstars involved in that Iron Survivor? And if they win, are they going to challenge NXT titles? Do they come back and challenge their own champion? Like, we got some. I know people are complaining, but there's some ways to go with this conglomeration, if you will. This combined. I don't know if it's a takeover. I don't know what the hell is it. Is it
There's not a takeover. Takeover is one noteworthy only for 2016 to 2020. My NXT.
Just working together or anything. I mean, we can get some shit out of it. But we don't know what if Santana does go over and gets the NXT title and runs that for a little while better than so. There's some things that might still can happen. So it's not all negative.
I will allocate my TV time to watching Mike Santana wrestle Ricky Saints. They can take my money for that. That's fine.
I'd be for it. Put him in triple threat with Femi, with Boba Femi back now.
No more triple threats. That's what got us in the situation with Frankie in the first place.
Yeah, but here's the difference. There's 3 people I can actually trust. Anyway, moving on from there as we bask in the glory of TNA's goodness versus NXT's fuckery. After this commercial break, we will rebound to a different company in wrestling, House of Glory, as we look at House of Glory Super Clash and talk about what the fuck is this year in 2025 with John Cena, Kazarian, and Samoa Joe all holding championships. And so much more to come on Saturday Shenanigans after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
Boy, and truly here at the Simple Liable Studios, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, analyze, criticize, pontificate to all the wrestling and so much more to come on that schedule yet to be announced, including Gobble Gobble, Thanksgiving, AEW Diamond. I'm sure there'll be other Thanksgiving and holiday specials to come in and out of that as well as Wrestle Kingdom 20 with Ash. As we return back to the Saturday Shenanigans. Welcome back here once again, folks. Again, I'm your host for the evening with Walter Cruz, James Hebert, our Canadian friend Ash, Jeff Mother, Evan Meacham, and of course, we also have Ryan, who of course called House of Glory, and of course, you all there are part of the conversation. And also, teleporting in, thank you for that. Teleporting in from the Command Center is my fellow TNA faithful friend, Dattila. Hello, Dattila. How are you?
Disappointed that you didn't become Noah by elegance.
Never. All right. Well, that being said, as we continue the conversation, I did see also a message. So, Walter, it sounds like you have reached the deadline. As long as you're willing to stay here, no extra coins to continue. So go ahead and plug your stuff and get some Z's. Where can
You
people
find me at YouTube at Rage Wrestling, on Instagram Walter.Cruz.940, and of course the X at Walter Alex Cruz. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys Monday.
All right, sounds good. As always, reliable. Get some rest. Happy gaming. Don't rage on Punch Out. Good luck beating Mike
Catch you
Tyson.
later, alligator.
Have a good night.
All right. All right. Well, that being said, then there were 5, but apparently we just got 6 joining in. Whether transportation be damned, the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams is finally here. So let's go ahead and bring him into the screen. JJ, how are you this evening? Before we get into the House of Glory with James and Ryan, who's waiting backstage. Go ahead and give your thoughts.
Good evening to everybody. Good morning to those of you on the East Coast. It's been one of those days. People like it just is what it is. But at least I'm here now.
I wouldn't want you any other way because, again, you are the flagship host usually of this charade. But, again, I'm always happy to help out a friend. Well, let the wrestling continue. But before we actually get into House of Glory, because the Dominguez have decided to dictate the conversation for a little bit longer on TNA Wrestling. Emmanuel Dominguez with $2 super chat. Who wins in the match, Carlos Silva or Tony Khan? Neither. They're both not pro wrestlers. Anyone else have to say before we move on? Accurate.
Definitely not the fans.
I was about to say, which wrestler would you think they would have wrestle for them on their
Let's
behalf?
see. Carlos Silva, Frank Kazarian, he's a TNA World Champion. Tony Khan, either Hangman Adam Page or Kenny Omega. And I'm always going to go with Hangman or Kenny in any situation. Okay. Anyone else to say before we move on?
Yeah, Emmanuel is going down. It's a very serious.
Sound a little salty there, Noah.
No, I'm also just the guy that's trying to keep this ball rolling because House of Glory, Ryan's been waiting to talk about that because it's probably the only other thing he has left to talk about before he bids us to do. So let's go ahead and get James and Ryan their spotlight. So that being said, James, Ryan, you just got done calling House of Glory. We've already talked about this, JJ, and Jeff pontificated very eloquently, or should I say elegantly, on the fact that your boy finally won the big one in his career where he rightfully should have. And I've already given respect to that. James, Ryan, talk House of Glory. Let's move on. Get going.
Damn.
All right.
Hey, Ryan.
So, hello. James wanted me to get the cage messed up.
Yeah.
So we had the cage messed up. The show. I was dealing with technical difficulties for the first match, so I didn't really get to see Amazing Red and Nick Nemeth wrestle. So I watched that through the Discord before just saying, F it, and switched over to my phone and joined back up from the computer, which I don't have a webcam for some reason. This is what it is. But Amazing Red and Nick Nemeth had a really good back and forth match, which resulted. Do we want spoilers? Do you guys want spoilers? Are you guys actually going to watch the show?
Probably not.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not spoil it.
You're here for a
But
we're here to spoil it basically. But this is the time where we can.
They can watch it on TV. This is always an exception. Continue.
Yeah. Well, Amazing Red. We don't have the times here. I did not time them myself, but Amazing Red did pull up a big win over Nick Nemeth, and he came out in traditional Amazing Red garb instead of his, suit he wears. The other attire.
Yeah.
But James, I have to throw this back to you. For you may have the better memory than I do when watching this, because I was struggling to even watch this match.
Yeah, I mean, really, as far as the stuff that was done, they had a really good opener. I think out of respect, and you could tell that this is veteran instinct on both of their parts. They had a good match, but they left you wanting more, and also had a good enough match that starts things off in the open. So that way they didn't take away or return the later matches on the card. In particular, the world title match and the main event. But yeah, overall, I thought the match was very good. I want to see another match between the two. I don't know if we'll ever get one, but I just think it's cool that we actually got to see these two touch here. There was a lot of dives by Red. A lot of tiaras, a lot of Hurricane Ranas. There was great arm drag sequences between the two. There was great mat wrestling with Nick Nemeth involved, of course. There was great counters between everybody. Red had a couple of great frog splashes. One, he hit one after the other at one point, and they looked really good. Shout out Eddie Guerrero. And in the end, Amazing Red actually got a win for with the frog splash. I was actually very shocked. He actually won a match in House of Glory in the first time, and I don't even know how long. So, yeah, I thought the match was great. I thought it was a great open to the show, but they left you wanting more, and they also did good not taking away from all the other matches on the card.
Now, I can tell you what certainly did take away from the other matches on the card is the immediate follow-up to that. With the
yeah,
I don't remember half of everybody's names in here, but the unadvertised person in here, I guess it's all unadvertised, but it was a bonus match, everybody. Card subject to change. For some reason, infamous Darren Richardson.
Yes. Just was there.
Came out, posed with his belt, and just Fortnite emoted the entire time, basically distracting everybody from the actual action in the ring. And I'm like, since I've been calling House of Glory, there have been like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 scramble matches to determine number 1 contenders for this supposed 6-way scramble cruiserweight championship. That hasn't been defended once since I've been watching. I'm like, just add him into the match. Like, this match is meaningless, it's heatless, and it was to determine a new number 1 contender, which Joey Silver, Sweet Cheeks Joey Silver was the one who won this match.
By the way, I do want to clarify as well the finish that he used. I'm going to explain, and I want everybody's thoughts, so I'm going to pay attention to everybody's thoughts here. Imagine you going for the kill switch, and then turn it into a shoulder Canadian neckbreaker. It looks as stupid as you think it is. It's like one of the worst finishes I've seen in a long time.
Was that move equally?
I think
Go ahead, Ash.
Like, what move was dumber, that or the one Byron Saxton tried to do when he was in NXT?
No, Byron Saxton's always going to be okay, but this is pretty close.
Okay.
This was not great. So there you go. Go ahead, Ryan.
I think I used to use that as a backyard move back in the day, and it didn't look good then either. Okay.
No.
So,
man.
It is what it is. But you know, we have a build up to being between Silver and Richardson. Yeah.
I do want to just point out too. So Silver wins the match, right? And then they do this thing. We thought Richardson was going to be a part of the match because I just want to point out he comes out with the belt at this point, and he's around ringside emoting with the belt, like Ryan said. So I'm thinking he's eventually going to try to get a sneaky pin. He doesn't. He's never in the match. And he just mollywops everybody afterwards and just stomps a mud hole, with the exception of like one guy, and I think it was the Nueve Narcissist or whatever his name is. What Angel Jackass?
Angel Jackass.
Yeah, which sounds like Jackass. It's a really bad name. They got to change it. Holy shit. Anyway, so because I guess they're buddies or whatever. Yeah, it just made everybody look second rate, and then Darren Richardson he's already been like assaulted basically by Amazing Red, right? And then I think he challenges him on the microphone, although you couldn't hear it because they've been having audio issues the whole. He walks away, and then they schedule yet another match later in the show where Amazing Red is going to be fighting who, Ryan? In December?
Amazing Red will be. I think they said he will be facing Richardson in December. I don't know.
Because
it went by really fast. They never.
No. They said he was fighting like another like superstar, like some other talent. Like I don't know if it was AEW or TNA, one of the two. Just fucking do the match with Richardson already. I'm sick of the interference. I'm sick of the run-ins. And like I understand they're an indie, but like when you have Jason Solomon on your commentary team, and he has criticized AEW and WWE for inconsistent booking in the past, and you are now doing inconsistent fucking booking. I'm sorry, you don't get to play that excuse card with me at this point. There's only so many times I can go and say, well, they're an indie, and let the shit slide. After the 6th scramble match that ends in some wonky ass interference, nah, something's got to be said here. Like, it's ridiculous. So, to be quite honest, and it's not like the 6-way scramble was bad. It was good. It's just the booking made it okay. And with the talent involved, it should have been more than just okay.
I personally feel that Richardson's involvement in this match, or him being here and me not actually being in the match, took away from the match, made it really distracting. Made it very difficult to keep up with the actual action. A Scooby-Doo goof. Like, people were chasing him around.
Yeah, it was,
and it
was ridiculous.
This is what it is. Like, either way,
at any point did he yell zoinks?
He very well could have. The audio was rough.
Yeah,
What about
honestly,
Jinkies?
no way anybody will know if he did it or
What
not.
about Jinkies?
Jinkies? Yeah, maybe. I was saying Jinkies.
Jeff had his hand up real quick for a moment. Jeff, go ahead and speak.
Scooby-Doo groove, greatest analogy ever. Continue.
Continue.
That's all I can really throw up on this one. The match was difficult to watch because of all the distractions. Very difficult to have a memorable moment from this. But congrats, Joey Silver, #1 contender. Will he get his title shot? Who knows? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Damn it, Ryan! You fucking anime idiot!
There you
Previously on her.
Well, the only reason I say it because the only reason I say this is because Amazing Red won this #1 contention 2 months ago, and still hasn't got his title shot, and he's already beat the bricks off of Richardson. Like, are we going to come back to this?
Sounds like they should.
And they laid the groundwork for it again tonight after declaring a new #1 contender, and I'm like, it's whatever. I'm not the booker of this. I'm just trying to enjoy and call the action where I can. The smash was.
I remember you couldn't forget it because you know why? This is the second low point of the show, not because of the match, but because of before the match. It's Idris Jackson versus Killer Cross. What was supposed to be Andrade versus Killer Cross, but we know what's been going on, right? So Idris took the place.
Yeah.
He comes out with this manager by the name of Hillary P. Something or other.
Hillary P. Wisdom.
Hillary P. Wisdom.
That's a name.
I kid you, even though I think he's a horrible human being, I would rather JD from New York be his fucking manager. Because at least that dude can fucking heat. This dude is the most heatless fucking manager I've ever seen in the history of pro wrestling. We got Timu goddamn Brother Love coming out here with this guy, and he is not even half as good as Pritchard. And if I'm saying Pritchard's good at something, you know I've lost my mind.
That's something to hear from you, James.
This guy sucks so bad. Like Ryan and I were both clowning on this dude like the whole time. He was cutting a promo. It was so bad to the point where we actually ran an ad during this thing because we didn't even want to hear him anymore. Then you know what's the most insulting thing? Then Idris Jackson talks, and he's fine. What is the fucking point of the manager then? What's the point of the manager? Why are you putting a manager with a guy who can talk fine? How does that make any sense? Even from a local indie perspective, I've known independent companies in my location that know if a guy can talk, don't put him with a fucking manager. Why are you putting a manager on a guy who can talk? And then that's two promos. Then Killer Cross comes out, and then he gets a fucking mic, and he cuts a promo. For no reason. I seriously thought, Ryan and I seriously thought, oh my God, they're going to end this in a squash, aren't they? They're going to have Idris Jackson, who's actually a pretty damn good wrestler, get squashed by Killer. Luckily, that didn't happen, because at that point, I would have shit fucking brick and I would have lost. Luckily, it was competitive. Typical stuff, Killer Cross wins with the Saito. Lol, right? Idris put up a pretty good match. And yeah, and then after the match, by the way, then they show Hillary P. Wisdom. Hillary P. Wisdom also gets taken up, by the way, by Killer Cross with a vicious headbutt. So I was happy about that. And then they both pick each other up to walk to the back, defeated. And it was the saddest thing. And it was this is not a good. Ryan outright said at that moment, this is not a good use of your airtime. It's not wrong.
Still trying to figure it out, apparently.
I just want to put out that this is Cross's 5th match.
Yes.
Since leaving WWE X amount of months ago.
Yeah.
5 matches in what feels like 5 months. Cross is working slower, he's working smarter, not necessarily harder right now. Conserve the bumps, conserve your... Basically, don't put too much work on the body at this point, right? He's not going out here doing these shows every weekend. He either has other intentions, other goals, or he's just trying to figure out what's next.
Yeah.
Right? And he's still in that feeling out process of what's next. In the post, Cross did lay the beat down on Hillary P. which was completely necessary. But I do think this actually happened after what was the 3rd match from the card. Now that my memory's coming back, because something I really hate is inconsistency. As sometimes, someone be out cold and the referee will raise their hand once, call it, and it's done, right? And other times they'll check it 1, 2, he's still alive.
Yeah.
It's just I hate that. Be consistent. If you're going to do that, do that all the time. If you're not going to do that, then oh well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either way, it's an interesting position for Cross. I would have preferred to see the advertised match, but things happen, right? Things beyond control. A card subject to change. We say it all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
But the next match was Shayna Baszler and Maki Ito.
This was
here we go.
surprisingly good. This was actually
I'm not
very
surprised.
good.
This was one that I had high expectations for. Continue.
Yeah.
Maki is an example of a Joshi who is a comedy wrestler who can actually wrestle. Like she's good. She's good at her job. I prefer her like doing this than wearing the images of Nick Gage in GCW, where she has her own iconography and her own real character. She doesn't really get to do that in GCW. They just throw the murder, death, kill colors on her and let her go, right? And sometimes you still get a lot of that, right? But here's what it is. She came out to her actual theme music, which is something I've been wanting to hear for a while and see for a while, and I'm okay with that. Shayna comes out ready to kill, and these two wrestle a surprisingly back and forth contest.
Yes.
And sorry, a lot of the action went by in my head. ADHD, autism. I'm struggling to find it. James Orator.
Yeah,
Go.
I mean, there was a lot of mind games in the match. Like Maki Ito does her like crying fit, like mind game, only to then do the mashed potato and step on her foot, which I always find hilarious. Like anybody that does a foot stomp is on the foot is great. Like, I think it's underrated and more people should do it. And there was a lot of joint manipulation as Shayna Baszler does. She worked over Maki. Maki fought with a lot of heart. She actually got in some really stiff shots, showed that aggressive side, the little violent streak she's got since teaming with Nick Gage. So definitely helped her in this aspect, especially for a match like this. And she was close to winning. She was about to hit her finish, then got caught with a suplex into the Kirifuda clutch. And then this is where Ryan goes haywire. She is, given the 3 arm drops by the ref, and then she goes to the ropes, and then Shayna captures her arm, doesn't let her get to the ropes, and then the referee just immediately rings the bell after she drops the arm down once. And Ryan says, "You can't do that. You can't do that. It's inconsistent." So that was a funny clip. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Very good match. Overall, definitely highly recommend this one.
She actually did get to hit her head drop, or
yes, she did do the falling head drop, which was fun.
Yeah, headbutt. Her headbutt, yes. But I enjoyed the match. All things considered, good showing for both contestants. Shayna looked like a killer, and someone is going to make the most of Shayna Baszler one day. Maki Ito too, for that matter. The next match was Allie Katch and Priscilla Kelly versus Scarlett Bordeaux and Shotzi Blackheart.
There was we were gone for reasons. There was a lot of fine women in there.
After a few minutes, while I regained my composure, this turned into a really good match, all things considered. Yes. I do believe Scarlett and Shotzi pulled out the ultimate win, but this was a good showing from everybody. I think this is Allie Katch's first House of Glory match back.
This is her first match, period, since 2 weeks after GCW versus the World, I believe. Like, this is her first official match back since that injury she received, as far as I remember. Unless she wrestled prior.
Like, I've seen her on a GCW show.
Okay, then
it might have.
Yeah, this is her first.
But
you're right.
but no, she just came out and made a save. At the last time I saw her. So as far as I'm aware, this is her first match.
Yep.
But her, Priscilla Kelly, Scarlett Bordeaux, and Shotzi Blackheart, who evidently only wears one type of wrestling gear at a time.
Yes.
Like, I've been seeing her wear these skeleton bones since the front of October.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
And
not copyright.
And Shotzi is absolutely ripping off Bob Orton Sr. Or Jr., sorry. Cowboy Bob Orton with the cast. She has something that still resembles her cast on her arm.
Yes.
Not to trigger anything.
Almost did.
But great showing from all the women involved. Back and forth, a lot of antics. Scarlett Bordeaux can wrestle, which is something that she doesn't really get to showcase a lot. But there was a lot of gooning because of this match, like spots to inspire gooning.
They were willingly sexualizing themselves, which is good. At least they're the ones that are like
trading stink faces. Alley Catch hit a seated senton on, I think, Shotzi.
You can call it that.
That's the most PG thing I can call it.
Pretty much.
But this match was just exactly what we're describing. It was
a lot of dirty tactics and two different ways. And yeah. And the baby faces tried to fight back. Somehow the baby faces were a demon from hell in Priscilla Kelly and Alley Catch, who
I don't quite remember the final pinning combination. But
I don't
Shotzi and Scarlett. Shotzi, I think it was Shotzi pinning Priscilla.
I think it was it was the staple gun to the head and then schoolboy roll up or something. I think something like that.
Yeah.
Or
They
it may have been a pile.
Shotzi at a point in the match tried to use a staple gun as a weapon, right? And the referee pulls it away, distracts them, and at some interval of time later, another staple gun has been interjected into the match while the referee is still distracted. And cheating to win. It is what it is. Certain GCW tactics are coming into play at a House of Glory show. Is what it is.
No surprise.
But the two matches, and we hit intermission at this point. So there's nothing else that happened in the intermission that I'm aware of, but it lasted a while.
Yep.
The next match we come back from is the House of Glory heavyweight title match between Charles Mason and Desmond Xavier, the former West Elite. And this was a really, really fun contest.
Yes.
Charles Mason is an interesting character. I every time I see him wrestle, I am more intrigued with how he. I want to know how he gets into the mindset of just trying to be a serial killer without actually being a serial killer, right?
Yep.
Like we're method acting, obviously, at this point. Like, I don't know if he's going around strangling hobos and practicing on squirrels. But
what the fuck?
Ryan, for all we know, he is the literal living embodiment of Sid from Toy Story.
Jesus.
There was a tweet. There was a tweet that he posted a few days ago that I tried to go back and find. It's gone. About him talking about his in-character childhood and trauma, and I'm like, where did it go?
Maybe he is Sid from Toy Story, reincarnated as Charles.
Like he absolutely picks wings off flies in so many other capacities. Okay,
Getting back to wrestling,
but these two have a really strong contest, ultimately ending with Mason pulling out the win. But the story to this match was whether or not this is a pretty big challenger for Mason, not some random jobber It is a former NXT talent. It is a
Yes.
former TNA or current
TNA.
TNA wrestler.
Yes.
All things considered, this isn't a Zilla Fatu who's been tearing it up on the indies. This isn't insert random talent here. So, big opponent for Mason to fight against, and Mason pulls out all the tactics that he normally does. There's a method to his madness in that ring, and when he starts laying the hurt on you, he will use every part of that ring as a weapon. Like if you're, for example, several points of the match, Xavier was tied up in the ropes, his head, mouth on the ropes, and Mason would kick the ropes. Those are not ropes; those are steel cables through a rubber hose.
Yep.
And he maximizes so many different capacities to inflict pain on an opponent.
Very punishing offense, and it's great. Like he is if Randy Orton were to go full psycho, basically.
Well, imagine if he was the size of Randy Orton. He's still young in his career.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot more to gain there, but I've been glazing Mason for a while now. Xavier, this is the point in the night where I've been up all day and I have no memory.
Yeah, I got you. So Mason then comes in. He starts attacking Desmond Xavier. Out comes Zachary Wentz to run in for the save. Him and Desmond Xavier celebrating at the House of Glory show after chasing off Mason, and then comes in the main event. They challenge the Rascals to a tag match. So it seems like the next tag contest is going to be those two. I think whoever wins this will get a shot at the Hardys in December. I believe this match is taking place in Chicago. So whoever wins this match, they're going to fight the Hardys in Chicago for the House of Glory tag team titles. I don't know because, again, the audio was so funky, I could barely hear it.
The Chicago show is next week. This December show is wherever. From wherever.
Whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So then that's pretty much that. I'm looking forward to that match because those two teams are great. So really looking forward to that.
Well, at this point, I was trying to find the card for next week too, and this is now shaping up to be a pretty interesting show in Chicago. The main event of the evening, we have Mercedes Moné, the challenger, versus Nor Phoenix Diana, who is the APAC women's champion. Not to be confused with some lobbyists out there. I did my homework. I did my homework on Diana. She's 25 years old, and she's been the champion for APAC Wrestling. She's been the champion for in some capacity 1,000 days over the course of the last 5 years. Okay, this is a young promotion that is out of Malaysia, Puchong, Malaysia. I'm probably mispronouncing this. Okay, but she was a two-time champion, and this current title run was 763 days. Okay, she's been wrestling since she was 15 years old. Okay, so by all accounts, it was not a bad match. I just don't think she's used to wrestling in an American ring.
That and you could tell, even regardless of that, there is very crazy things that she could barely run in that ring. She's greener than goose shit. All things.
I'm not going to, but this much. I'm willing. This is the only time I've ever seen her wrestle, and who knows if I'll ever see her wrestle again. Okay, this experience made me wanting more, and the fact that Mercedes ultimately ends up winning the title after a pretty hard-fought match from both parties. At least the title is going to, get some national exposure, global exposure. I just don't know when the title will be brought back around, right? It just is what it is. But again, she's been doing this for 15 years. Not 15 years. She's been doing this since she was 15. She's been doing this for 10 years. And she's been wrestling for this promotion for the last 5. And she's been champion for effectively 1,000 days because the one champion between the two title runs held it for less than a day. So this was not a bad match. They just didn't really get out of second gear for a long time. This is where it comes down to
Mercedes
Diana.
had to carry. Like, that's essentially what happened. Like, she tried her ass off to get a decent match, and she did ultimately. But
it was not a bad match because of Mercedes. I'll say that right.
Exactly. Like, it was decent because of the work Mercedes we know she could put in. It wasn't like the worst match I've ever seen, but
fun lore for this match though. As Mercedes begins to make her entrance, all of her guys, she gets male strippers in the same way that wrestlers used to get strippers. Back in the day for their entrances. And they're all carrying out her gold, and I'm shocked that she shipped all of her belts to House of Glory. And that she actually has all her gear on her. Basically, she has to have the biggest of bags. But as the 10 belts coming out the back, the 10 people carrying her 10 belts walk out, they actually tear down the curtain that was behind the screen, which was hilarious, actually. She has so much aura. She has so much aura. She literally started tearing the house down because of the aura that she has.
Yes, and like all jokes aside, as much as I know people are like sick of the whole Mercedes thing, like it is what it is. I know some people aren't the biggest fans for. This was absolutely the right call after the match I saw. Like she had to win, especially if they're gonna try to get publicity for this promotion. That woman needs more. I don't know how long she was wrestling. You said she was 15, something like that.
She started trading it at 15. She's been doing this since she was 15 years old.
Right.
Okay.
Well, she definitely needs
the forgivingness of this. The forgivingness of this is she's probably used to wrestling in smaller rings. I've never heard of this promotion before this match was advertised. Okay, so I wish I could have did more homework, but you try finding tape from an international wrestling promotion that virtually doesn't exist.
Yeah.
All right. So all I know is she's held its belt for like 1,000 days, as I said. This could have been language barrier issues. This could have been a myriad of other issues. Maybe she is just bad at wrestling. Right? And that's okay. That's okay. For what she's expected to do, she did her job.
Yeah.
But Mercedes got... If I'm giving it star ratings here, she got at least 3 out of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay? Out of 5. Because, I don't think anyone should be throwing out exorbitant star ratings.
I will say this match, and this has nothing to do with Mercedes, definitely should not have main evented.
But Mercedes hit... Mercedes hit all of her classics.
But come on.
Mercedes hit all of her spots. and I think that Phoenix hit all of hers.
Yeah, I think
Based on what they said, she had her. I forget what it was. They called it the Eye of the Phoenix, but I don't remember what the move.
it was the elbow. It was a really shitty WMD elbow strike.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna be real. It was.
See,
That was when I determined, okay, Mercedes actually has to win here because like this is gonna look bad.
This 103-pound, 5'1" Malaysian wrestler, using the WMD as a finish. No.
It wasn't and again, I get what they're doing anyway. Like, I get the whole idea is Mercedes is collecting all these belts so that way she downfalls, whatever. Her downfall's coming because she can't win the big one, the one that matters. That's all well and dandy. And at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, or you think it's dragged or not, is up to interpretation. But regardless, if you actually see the match we saw, Mercedes was absolutely the fucking right call because, like, there's no way they can go back now. They can't just have her lose when you see how this, like, I don't know how many years, like, considering Mercedes' experience, and granted, there's a huge experience level, right? Because Mercedes has competed in arenas all over the world as opposed to this Malaysian wrestler. So with what she knows, she did fine. It just was not main event worthy. And the only way it works to be in the main event is if Mercedes wins. In this case, she had to win. There was no other way now after the match I saw. So it is what it is. Probably the third low point of the night, if I'm being real, because the match was just fine. Thanks to Mercedes in large part. But yeah, kind of a mixed bag show. I think that's safe to say. More good than bad, but mixed bag.
Fair enough. Ryan, closing remark, and then I guess we'll move on.
James said everything I could at that point. Like, this was an okay match. It was not a bad match. It was not a great match. It was a passable match that, for this crowd who's probably been sitting here all day at this whatever arena that we've been sitting at, or convention center, or I don't even know what it was actually. Come think about it. I know that they were in part. I know that Hog was in partnership with some kind of expo for this show.
Yes.
And wrestling convention, which is probably why it was so big, because a lot of people were there. Like, this was a pretty sizable crowd for Hog. This is the biggest show. This is the biggest crowd I've seen for Hog since I started watching. So
good.
So like the overall night was a good night. For the match, some days you just have a bad night at the office. So I don't know what the barrier was. By all accounts, she should be a good wrestler, Phoenix. And I'm going to try to find other tapes. I'm going to try to find some matches. Like, Cage Match is a great source. It's just finding the matches.
That's fair.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much to Ryan and James, our House of Glory commentary. And again, folks, you can keep up with House of Glory not only here with our watch alongs, but on Triller TV. Overall, the couple matches I was looking forward to, Shanna, Mikey, and the women's tag, and Charles Mason, crazy motherfucker, definitely seemed like they were the highlights. So I'll definitely go back and check those out, because I watched House of Glory here or there. But hey, you all literally kept us in tune for the last 40 minutes of this show, so you probably kept more people here motivated than the crowd was probably sitting in their seats during some of this. Again, up and down as expected with independent showcases, audio quality, and God forbid you're dealing with anything on Fight TV or Triller, you're going to have technical difficulties. That's just the lay of that friggin' budget land. But thank you very much, James and Ryan, for your House of Glory Super Clash recap. Before we move on, does anyone have any thoughts regarding anything that you heard from House of Glory, even if a name you didn't recognize, or we will move on to our next topic? I will leave the floor open for the next few seconds. Okay. Well, thank you for that. With that being said, do you believe we've only talked about House of Glory for 40 minutes? Because that's exactly what we did. And I think because we have not gone a full hour, I'm not going to say his name, but I am going to allow people that haven't speak now to open up on our next topic. Because Adam Pearce, quote unquote, it's official. The most viral sensation in the professional wrestling business. 250 pounds of pure motivation. The answer to all these questions. We all know his name. And of course, that name is Joe.
Jeff Meacham?
Well, I was, Jeff Meacham's definitely viral, but I was going to say Joe Hendry. I
believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Damn it! Walked right into that shit, but again, but apparently Joe Hendry has officially signed with WWE. So let's go ahead and get everybody's thoughts towards that. And because JJ and Attila have not spoken quite literally at all, it seems, and she is TNA faithful and she's about to go to sleep. Attila, kick things off here. Give your thoughts on Joe Hendry officially being part of WWE. What did you think of its run in TNA? What does the future hold for the most viral sensation of professional wrestling business? Go ahead, Attila. And if you want to bounce, you're more than welcome to, because I know you're ready to power down. Go ahead. If she unmutes in the next 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'm going to skip her because she may have gone to sleep, because I don't blame her, because she probably works as hard as Ash, not harder. Again, stay tuned to Attila and Ash. We'll probably start their own podcast here soon on Pop Culture. Okay, sorry, not sorry. At the end of the day, we got to keep going. JJ, hello, brother. And then we're going to go to Jeff, and then we'll go from there. Your thoughts on Joe Hendry officially part of WWE, and do you believe he will be involved in the Last Time Is Now tournament, or could we even see him in Madison Square Garden? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, just to mess with you, I'm not sure anymore how much I believe in Joe Hendry, but I do believe in the king of TNA. Long may he fucking reign.
Well, that was spoken verbatim, by the way, by Jeff motherfucking Meacham, who, of course, is in his glorious pride like you. But please continue.
But now that JJ is here, the dads need to speak on this. Yo, let me speak on this.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
About to say, you had your 40 minutes of glory on that alone, brother.
I know.
I know you're happy, though. Go ahead, though, JJ. Go ahead.
Just go back and watch Simply Predicting Jeff, because I fuck with him so hard on that.
Okay, I will.
But anyway, so Joe Hendry, it was just a matter of time. At the end of the day, I mean, I almost hate to be one to beat a gimmick to death, but roll that video one more time and watch the way that crowd erupted and the camera shook on his first appearance in NXT.
Fine.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Look at the expression on his face as he takes it all in. Now, granted, that is a smaller crowd than he was even seeing in TNA at the time. But that was foreign territory. It's the epitome of, okay, your shtick may work in, Mid-South, but is it going to work in Crockett? Is it going to work in, Smoky Mountain? Is it going to work in New York at the Garden? Joe Hendry could be the number one wrestler in the world, but that doesn't mean that it's going to transcend to another company. And when they gave that reaction, we all knew it was a matter of time. Then you had the Rumble. Then you had Mania. And look, is he going to be in the Last Time Is Now tournament? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. And I only say that because now that we know he's signed, it almost feels like it's too obvious. Everybody swore Joe Hendry was going to be the surprise on Friday. And it wasn't. It was Zack Ryder. I said, as soon as Raw happened last week, Joe Hendry was going to be at the Garden. If anything, he was going to be the mystery opponent at the Garden, because even if he lost his match, it still gives him the opportunity to interact with John Cena. Then Netflix announced that John Cena is defending his newly won Intercontinental Championship at the Garden. And then I began to think, why put him in the tournament? Why not just let him be Cena's challenger? Because then you can set it up where Cena even says his name. Cena can be in the ring cutting a promo. I don't care if you're from SmackDown. I don't care if you're from Raw. I don't care if you're from NXT. I don't care if you're Joe Hendry. And that's how he makes his official debut. And we get Cena versus Joe Hendry for the IC title. Does he win? Does he lose? Does it matter? Joe Hendry debuts in official capacity in the WWE at the holiest ground for the company. Because even Vincent J. McMahon used to tell Vince McMahon, the Garden is the Garden, Vinny.
All right. Fair thoughts. And again, we will be covering Monday Night Raw for Master Garden Goats. Please stay tuned. All right. So I'm going to give you one more chance here because I know you're ready to power it down, but you're powered up enough that I can actually see your face. So please speak, because you and I have believed in Joe Hendry since day one-ish. So go ahead and let your thoughts be known. Joe Hendry and WWE, do you believe we will see him in MSG Monday night? Or what do you see his short-term future being? Go ahead and lend your thoughts. And if you want to power down for that, you're more than welcome to.
Well, before I give my thoughts, I want to show Ryan this cool custom Zeo crystal that I found on eBay.
That's random as fuck, but okay. Continue.
Well,
that's cool.
You have to remember, Ryan missed the last couple weeks of Power Ranger talk when we just spiraled into pop culture nothingness.
That's fair.
And aside from Datilla, he's probably the biggest Power Ranger nut that we know. Because even I have a limit. Even I have a limit as how far I go with my Rangers knowledge.
And again, folks, you can stay tuned to the middle row, possibly starting their own pop culture podcast on their respective YouTube channels. Follow Rangers of Wrestling and Bag for Wrestling Today. Okay, to Joe Hendry, speak.
So before I even get into it, I just want to say, like, I'm so happy for Joe Hendry. You know, I saw the rise. Well, you and I saw his rise in in TNA.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I have to say, it's just been one hell of a ride with Joe Hendry. I'm so happy for him. He definitely deserves this. And I hope he gives credit to AJ Francis, because what's to say if he doesn't feud with First Class, he doesn't go viral with the whole apology. So, you know, I hope he continues to thank AJ Francis for that. And, you know, I wish him well in the WWE, and I really hope he finds success in WWE, and that he, you know, he got to main event. He got his WrestleMania moment all because Kevin Owens got hurt. So, you know, I wish him the best.
Okay.
In WWE. And I do think that he'll be on Monday Night Raw at the Garden.
What do you think about the fact that he also will be, no matter what, at the Garden in the theater, considering he and Thea Hale are challenging all Ethan Page and Chelsea Green for the AAA Mixed Tag Team Championships in the opening match on Tuesday night? Do you think that Joe Hendry goes, 1-for-1, 0-2. Do you believe Joe Hendry leads with gold in some capacity from MSG? What do you think?
I always believe in Joe Henry. I've always believed in 252 pounds of pure motivation, the answer to all our life's problems.
There you go. Questions. Say it correctly. Fair enough. That being said, is there anything else you want to say regarding Joe Hendry, or was that all that you want to share? Look at JJ was on here.
Stay a hell. He's gotta stay a hell.
Yeah, of course. I said Fia Hill's name, and Fia Hill's probably the next biggest believer of Joe Hendry, let alone herself. And this guy's the biggest believer of Fia Hill. All right, fair enough. Is that all, Dattilo?
Yeah, pretty much. I can't wait to see Raw on Monday.
For once, I actually can agree, because it is also MSG. That makes Raw actually mean more than usual, even for me. So I'll give you that credit. All right. Well, thank you very much. And if you want to stick around for the remainder of the conversation, you're more than welcome to. But again, if you want to power it down, just let me know in chat. Okay, let's move on down the line, right down the middle. X gets the square. Jeff Meacham, Joe Hendry, and WWE. What do you believe comes from this? And do you think that we still could see him still some point again in TNA? Like, you always get return home. It was TNA that kind of put Joe Hendry on the map in the first place. So we definitely got to give credit where credit's due. But with the whole way this relationship, pre-acquisition, quote unquote, is going, I don't know. But what's your thoughts now? It's officially part of WWE. They got Joe Hendry. I wonder how much they're going to say his name and use that gimmick for their own ploy. But what do you think about this?
Let me first ask a question that I don't think has been asked as far as in any of our own, no pun intended, spaces. Has it been formally acknowledged outside of the report that went out last week? Like, has it been stated that he's going to be a WWE person?
As far as
no
website, no, but there was a tidbit that Matthew Waywat kind of spilled the beans at one point. So it almost felt like it was.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
It was like a foregone conclusion. And now everybody's saying, as reported by No DQ, it's official. But as far as seeing him with Paul Levesque signing on the dotted line in a little mid short like AJ Lee, who's done deck diddly since her return, no.
Hey, AJ Lee had an appearance out here in California that family got to go see her. So that was, she's doing stuff just on WWE television.
No, part-time. Whoop-de-doo. Continue. Hopefully Joe Hendry's full-time.
Yeah. I like to tell I'm happy for Joe Hendry. Very happy for him. Like I said, I had a hard time getting into the belief of Joe Hendry. It was Nola that got me to that point. And then seeing it in person at Rebellion was, much like the Judas effect with JJ and I, when he got to experience it live after I had experienced it live a couple of times. It's seeing is believing, right, Tim Allen? So being part of that was so cool. But yeah, seeing it in the clip we play almost every week now, seeing it at the Rumble, seeing it at Mania, it was fait accompli. It was a matter of when, not if. I'm glad it went down the way it went down. It doesn't look does not make TNA look, Jesus Christ, say that 5 times fast while I'm drunk. Bush League, like I feared it would when he did sign. And just said, okay, I got my exposure. See you, bye. But if you're speaking in kayfabe, it wouldn't have happened if you just let him and Frankie be one-on-one in April. Anyway,
here we go.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You gotta give the king subjects what they want, Noah. His family was there, and stupid Ethan Page with his damn smile. Anyway, by the way, I hope to God that Ethan and Chelsea do not lose the titles. I need every bit of that shtick on my TV as long as it possibly can be. I love Joe. I love Thea. But I need Ethan and Chelsea together as a team for as long as humanly possible. Because
Thea with gold.
I want Thea with gold too, dude. I do. I want that, but I don't want it to be as with a mixed tag and with all respect, in a promotion I don't even watch. I want her to be the NXT women's something. Sorry, James.
North American.
I just want that for her. If it ends up being this, I'm not going to be mad. Don't get me wrong. I would love it if Joe and Thea won, but I really want Ethan and Chelsea to just be a partnership and to just stick it up everybody's rear, especially now that Matt finally got his one off, because Chelsea's going to be even more obnoxious now. And I want every bit of that for all of us. We all need more Chelsea in our lives. Forever.
That's fair. The hot mess I trust. But continue on the Joe
Anyway,
Hendry thought.
with Joe,
And
yes,
then I saw you had a thought, so I'll go back to you after,
I
Jeff.
want it so bad to be him and John in DC. I want it more to be him and John in San Diego, but I ain't getting that. I'm not that damn lucky. Whatever Joe Hendry gets to do, as long as he has a match or some sort of legitimate interaction with John Cena on camera before John is gone, just keep saying his name and he'll appear, and I'm good for it.
Fair enough. Say his name every week. You may not even have to say his name. He's signed with WWE. It just might become a regular thing because, again, this global gimmick that has taken the world by storm, WWE don't fucking screw it up. And don't Jeff Rebel him! Anyway, moving on.
Oh, no. They can't get rid of this theme. Jesus Christ. They can't do that.
They better not, or fuck WWE.
They change his theme and they kill him right out the
Instantly.
gate.
Yep.
Yep.
Game over. Dead.
100%.
Period. Not the first time WWE's fucking.
As James said, there's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. Damn it. Joe Hendry
there's
is the
nothing.
entrance merchant, by God.
Here's the other thing. Like, he's the next Jim Johnson of that company too.
Fuck me,
right?
If they explore him for that musical town and fire Def Rebel, I will believe that.
Yeah, like I want, like I'll get to it later, but like I'd be shocked if they don't make him like a music producer of some kind in that company. That'd be a fucking crying shame.
Well, it's not the first time WWE missed an opportunity, let alone didn't hone in on someone else's talents within their own company.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, Ash, you're next. Let's go ahead and talk about Joe Hendry. What do you believe comes from this now that he's in WWE? Go ahead and let your thoughts.
All I can say for like Joe Hendry is I hope his run in WWE works out for him because I'm not too familiar with Joe Hendry's work.
Okay, that's fair because again, she has not watched TNA wrestling, folks, and probably just recently seen clips of Joe Hendry in NXT.
I need to show her all the clips.
So you and her got homework to do together besides pop culture, but you can figure that out later. Continue, Ash.
I was about to say, I think the last show I watched event of TNA was the Slammiversary show, and that was it. I haven't been keeping up with NXT since. Or not
Fair
NXT,
enough.
TNA, sorry.
About to say, might as well just say them both in the same sentence. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Fair enough. Hey, you know what? Maybe, your girl might eventually get gold. I can see her going after the North American Championship. You still believe in Thea. Hold out, JJ. All right. It will happen. I do believe Thea, not associated with that freaking unaccredited school that I'm not going to name.
Watch it. Watch it.
Don't care.
Watch
Don't care.
it.
I'm the host. I will trash it all I want, unaccredited. Don't start with me. You're not going to win. You never will change my mind. Shut it. Anyway, I'm trying
Hey,
to
he got you to respect Frankie Kazarian, the king of TNA.
We also got him to say something positive about the Elegance brand.
Yeah,
I'm so sad that he didn't go Elegance.
Never will. Anyway, Thank you, Ash.
James,
Never say never.
James, go to Simply Predicting from yesterday and right around the 40-minute mark. Noah says something positive about the Elegance brand.
Yeah, the Tiller already let me know.
Snip it. That needs to be part of the highlight reel.
He's got a whole year of work ahead of him and last year's work. He's never going to freaking do that. All right.
Like I told you, Frankie Kazarian became TNA World Champion before we got James's documentary finished.
Well, that's fair. And also before GTA 6 came out. That being said, Tatilla also got her thoughts out. So we're going to let Tatilla give her closing remarks and tell her where she can find you for Power Rangers, wrestling, and further pop culture references too. Tatilla, always appreciate you. Stay mighty. Go ahead and tell where the people can find you.
She'll be in San Diego.
Besides there.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're
Oh, sorry.
muted.
I forgot I was muted. Sorry. But Jeff is right. I will be in San Diego. You can follow me on Twitter at @the_. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel, Rangers of Wrestling. I will be uploading clips from Survivor Series. So make sure you check that out. Ash and I are starting a podcast called Tag Team Talks. And I don't know about you fellas, but as we all know, Thursday was the 20th anniversary of Eddie Guerrero's passing. The city of El Paso, Texas is doing a celebration of Eddie Guerrero's behalf. So we might just me and Ash may just watch that. We might see, I don't know, depending on how the celebration is. It won't be live though. Won't be live.
Yeah.
Because it's like at 9.
Fair.
All right.
And then JJ and I will be doing a watch along of Power Rangers Alpha's Christmas and Dreaming of a White Ranger. And for the first time ever, he will be watching Zio's A Season to Remember. Should be fun.
Nice.
So make sure you subscribe, and I will officially power down. Bye.
Appreciate it, Attila. See you next time, and I'll see you soon for our next session. Stay tuned, folks. She will be the next guest in episode 4. Appreciate you always. Stay
Wait,
mighty.
I'm a New Hope? I'm a New Hope?
You know what? We'll go with that too. Why not? And in the meantime, go get some rest.
Turn to Attila.
All right. Good night, Attila. And then there were 6.
I just want to say, by the way, Noah, you underestimate my abilities. The rough draft is finished. You will be seeing that in the highlight reel. It will be happening. I guarantee you it will be happening. I have already started clipping for last year's and this year's highlights.
Hey, careful throwing that word guarantee around. You don't have that stupid freaking chin cleft and the big broad shoulder pads in your suits.
I'm about to say, don't say a word that your ass can't back up, because guarantees 100%. You definitely on 100%, boy. But all right, I respect that take. Let's go ahead and go to Ryan now with his takes and Joe Hendry. As apparently we believe in James editing. Let's see if we believe in Ryan's take. Ryan, Joe Hendry and WWE, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, so Joe Hendry, he's an interesting character, right? He made himself. TNA didn't make him a name. WWE sure as hell didn't make him a name. He made himself a name.
Correct.
Sheer talent. All right. And this is the thing. You have someone who can connect with the people in such a mesmerizing way, right? His song hits. That clap is infectious. Okay. That song went viral on TikTok before it charted, and then it charted. And I think the success at it going viral on TikTok helped him get over. And all in all, he's a self-made man. I've seen WWE break people like this a lot, and I don't want to get too negative in this. I really hope WWE don't whiff the ball here. And I agree with JJ. You change his theme music, you kill the character on the spot. This is that first signing, second signing really, since this partnership has begun from TNA. And this one's going to amount to, respectively, a lot more than Jordan Grace. Because I think that Joe Hendry is going to be the guy in the next few years that we decide to strap this ship to. Maybe not necessarily the entirety of the brand, but, you know, with John Cena dipping out, Roman Reigns dipping out, Seth Rollins only has so many years left. We got to start looking at people and wondering, who's the star of tomorrow? Who's the next 5 years of WrestleMania? 10 years of WrestleMania? You know, we need to start looking at the future. And Joe Hendry is a talent. And I don't know when say his name and he appears gets stale, but it's not stale yet. And he wrestles a style that is very complimentary of the WWE style. So I think he's going to have a great run. And I don't talk very positively about WWE anymore. Not a lot, anyways. I've been trying to stay optimistic about the last few months of John Cena's run. I've been trying to watch and entertain myself the best I can, because John Cena was my Hulk Hogan, right?
Brother.
And I want to see him go out on his own terms and wrestle someone. And if it's the last match was against Joe Hendry of all people, right? That's you're making him, you're putting him over, you're making a new champion, a new IC champion off rip. He is already TV ready. He does not need NXT. He is ready to go. All right. He has a character. You can say at the end of the day, you can have all of the gifts in professional wrestling, but if you have no character, no one's gonna fucking remember you.
Accurate.
And he has that. So I'm here for Joe Hendry.
Well said. Before we go to James, JJ, I do see your hand up. What do you want to add towards what you just heard?
Something Ryan said triggered something in my brain, and not in a bad way of triggering.
Good tell.
Joe Hendry has the opportunity to be everything they fucked up in R-Truth.
Yeah.
Comedic character, over with the fans, does his own music, can do parodies to taunt other people a la the old Cena freestyles. But once that switch gets flipped, he can work, and he's a hell of an in-ring talent. Joe Hendry is their do-over for R-Truth, because R-Truth should have been world champion at least once.
Yep.
And as horrid of a pay-per-view as it was, as horrid of a heel turn as it was, it should have been capital punishment.
It's the only opportunity.
Exactly.
Literally, his only ever opportunity. Put that in mind, by the way, for the former TNA world champion, folks. First black one.
NWA.
NWA.
NWA, TNA, they were merged together. Continue.
Yeah. NWA champion under the TNA umbrella.
Yes.
Thank you.
R-Truth is if you look up the definition of utility player, be it in sports, wrestling, whatever, Ron Killings is that guy. You have him do anything. Not only do it, he'll make you go, fuck, why didn't we do this with him sooner? That's Ron. And he always has been.
And K-Quick's debut was 25 years ago, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
To the day.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
So that I think having seen that post and then hearing Ryan say what he said is part of what put 2 and 2 together in my brain.
Different era, different world, different superstar, global, multi-dynamic sensation and personality altogether. It really is interesting to think, does history repeat or do we correct the mistakes of the past? To be determined. But still, very interesting thoughts to think on, Ryan and JJ. All right, James, you wanted to be last, so let's go ahead and close you out. So Joe Henry now at WWE.
Well, did Ash go?
Yeah, Ash won.
Thank you,
Okay.
JJ. It's okay. Again, we're making sure everyone gets their words here, and some people may not have as much to say because maybe they don't necessarily know.
That's right. She hasn't really seen that much of his work. That's what she said. My bad.
No, you're fine, JJ. Again, it's good to recall, and I appreciate that. All right, James, let's go ahead and get your thoughts. Joe Hendry now in WWE. What do you believe comes from this for Joe Hendry?
I agree with everything you guys said about Joe. I think he's a utility player. I think he's going. You can put him anywhere on the card. You can have him do any act, and it will get over. I've been following this guy long before that song was ever a hit or viral or ever created. I've seen him since WCPW.
Same.
I seen him his later work in ICW when discovering him in WCPW, and this guy is a talent.
ROH.
ROH, yep. The ROH, by the way, fun fact, that's where that song debuted, by the way. Just a fun little trivia there for you.
Yeah.
Which is freaking funny now. So Joe Hendry is a megastar in the making if you use him right. And at the end of the day, here's one thing that I think people have to keep in mind. You got him for 3 years. He's pretty up there in age. I think people got to remember that. He's pretty up there in age. He deserves to be at the top of the card somehow, even if it's in a mid-card, top mid-card role, whatever. But he's a world champion might be iffy, right? But the thing that you absolutely have him for, and where he should be, he should be utilized because his talent is just so damn great, and he has a lot of connections that could help out because he's actually friends with some music people, is him as a freaking music artist. He is your next Jim Johnson. 100%. I still maintain that. I still believe that. I know other people think that, well, because he did a few covers doesn't necessarily mean he's the greatest artist in the world. I'll tell you right now, anything that Joe Hendry creates has charted way more than Def Rebel has. And there's been some good Def Rebel songs, but none compared to Joe Hendry's parodies. And if he gets in touch with people that also happen to have some musical chops, which Joe Hendry has those connections, why the fuck wouldn't you tap into that? You'd be a fool not to tap into that. Genuinely. And I think that's where he's going to apply his trade in the most. It's not going to be in the ring, although he'll do very good in the ring, even if it's only 3 years. It will be in a backstage role as a music producer. I really do. I think he's got a job for life there, just based off of that. Genuinely. So I would hope to God that they aren't the same company that screwed up R-Truth, because R-Truth should have been in this role as well. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even think about that comparison until JJ brought it up, but it's so accurate. He deserved way more than he got. And I don't want to see that happen for Joe Hendry. I think he's way too talented to be squandered like that. And I think you have a guy who's got so many multi-talented assets to him that you'd be a fool not to tap into that creativity and knowledge and overall charisma that he exudes. So I hope the best for Hendry. I've been a Hendry guy since day one when WCPW got off the ground. I've been following him ever since. I was a prestigious one before it was ever included in that fucking song. So here's to you, Joe. Get that bag, brother. Get that bag.
Well, Joe Hendry makes things better. He can wrestle. He can sing. Joe Hendry makes things better 7 days a week. We'll see which night he starts doing that. All right. Well, thank you for that, James. Now, Jeff, I did see your hand was up. What do you want to add further in regards to this before we, I think, get ready to close this thing out?
James, I like to ask you. You mentioned Joe Hendry. You know, he's up there in age. He, as Noah pointed out in the chat, he's 37.
Yep.
Would you say that Joe Hendry at 37, in the shape he is in, is doing pretty damn well for himself? Right.
100%. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I will offer up two examples. One is not wrestling near as much. One is wrestling quite often. Billy Gunn is 62. Looks like he does, works like he does.
That's true.
There's another guy who turned 48 this year and just became TNA World Champion. Looks like he does, works like he does.
That's fair.
Age is nothing anymore in wrestling.
About to say, the World Heavyweight Championship is the freaking Class 50H Championship.
If Joe Hendry
still makes me shake my head that Frankie is younger than me by a year. Fuck, I feel
is
old.
that not when he and I talked, the show went up the Day of Rebellion, but when he and I talked that week and I realized that, I went, God damn, we've been doing this shit too long. Anyway,
not here nor there.
Oh my God. We've been friends for all but 2 years of his career. Just befuckles me. Anyway, yeah, Joe Hendry being 37 has nothing to do with where his future goes. Yeah. He's in the gym.
Yeah.
He's working, and he's keeping himself young because he's loving what he does.
Yeah.
Does Billy Gunn have
any fucking reason to be in the ring and doing the shit he does even once in a while in AEW? No, but he looks like a goddamn genetic freak because he is.
Not to mention the fact that he was a champion not even two years ago.
The trios champion. And
Exactly.
Look at Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin, both men near their 50s and look like they're still wrestling as if they're in their damn 30s at the peak of their careers, better than ever, it seems.
Literally 2-time tag team champions already.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said,
as long
Billy
as
Gunn
Joe
was
Hendry
a-
can stay healthy, then he's got at least a decade still to go.
Yep.
Bottom line.
I think more.
Yeah, if he just signed with WWE now, whether it's a wrestler, whether it's a producer, whether it's a music coordinator, he has a job until he's at retirement age that is the norm in America, 65, easily.
Yeah,
He's got a 30-year career ahead of him between the things he can do.
Yep.
But as a wrestler, yeah, at least another 10 to 13 years. If he stays as healthy as he is.
Yeah.
I want to point out something in Canada that the age of retirement got bumped up to 67 here.
Well, that's because you all are nicer and can live.
Healthcare.
Well, yeah.
I guess that's the benefit of having free healthcare, I guess.
And y'all are nicer and less venomous than us American assholes. So there is that.
And you've got Tim Hortons, you know.
You do have Tim Hortons.
Yeah, seriously, you eat the Tim Hortons coffee, you're going to be living forever. God damn.
I don't know if I would consider Tim Hortons the most healthy thing, but I do think this conversation.
Look,
man, Tim Hortons is magical.
Look at how long Stu Hart lived.
Hey, hang on.
True, and he ate nothing but Tim Hortons. I hear.
Fair enough.
Okay, here, wait. I will show
And
you.
Helen.
Here, I will. Where the hell is it?
Yes,
God, that was
have
foul.
to, Jason.
Group chat. Post that in the graphics for a second. We'll talk about how Canadian stuff keeps people young. All right.
The Canadian stuff keeps people young.
Because you know why? Because they don't import all the chemicals that we have in American food.
Look at this side-by-side image, ladies and gentlemen. I am not even 43 years old. Okay, I'll wait till it actually goes up so I don't look like a complete jackass here. Hi.
Thank you, JJ.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey.
She's older than me in age, but goddamn it, she's younger than me in appearance. Tell you what.
Look, I love me some Natty. Nobody is gonna argue how much I love my Natty, but she has had so much plastic surgery done. She is almost unrecognizable from the girl that I fell in love with.
I'm fine with it.
I'm just saying, like, that is why she looks so much younger.
You know, Hollywood has their own enhancements, just like Canada has their own benefits versus America. But we all could say this: Joe Hendry and WWE should only be a benefit for Joe Hendry.
Big up the metric system.
I'm about to say metric system is a whole different conversation. You're talking to a guy that loves that. Don't go down this road with me, Ash. We'll be here for another hour. But I believe Joe Hendry has a very bright future in WWE as long as they don't fuck it up. All right.
I need to know, Ash. I need to know when you go to McDonald's, do you have a Royale with cheese?
Oh, I have McNuggets. I don't really eat the burgers as much as I used to.
I'm just asking because the whole metric system thing, that's the joke in Pulp Fiction. They don't do quarter pounders because they don't have the metric system. So do y'all have the Royale with cheese or do you still have quarter pounders? This is something I need to know.
Oh, we call it quarter pounders. We still call it quarter pounders up here because it's an American corporation in Canada, so we have to go by the ruling.
Yeah, okay. Well, while Canada tries to figure out if they ever get a Canadian McDonald's, we believe Joe Hendry will be okay in WWE as long as they don't fuck it up.
We do. It's called A&W.
This is true.
That's very true. I mean, again, root beer floats for life. All right, but IBC glass bottle for life as far as root beer goes. Well, that was a sub-tangent. Moving on. Get ready for the final serving of this crazy shenanigans. Joe Hendry, congratulations. When we return, we're going to wrap things up unless you guys further did the conversation with Super Chats. And we're also going to congratulate and acknowledge the fans of 2025. Samoa Joe, Frank Kazarian, and John Cena are all champions. That and so much more as we get ready to conclude this crazy edition of Shenanigans after this commercial break concludes. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always here, a continued reminder for all of you, we truly encompass, celebrate, engage, analyze, criticize, and always look to watch upon all the wrestling and combat sports and other form of sports to include Monday Night Football, which I don't give a damn about either. And welcome back to the Saturday Shenanigans here as we get ready to conclude everything for the evening. Again, I've been your host for this crazy session once again with Jeff Meacham. Always a pleasure. The regular wrestling JJ Williams, a Hebert, Ash, and Ryan, who actually has been around for the long haul, and I greatly appreciate everything that he has brought. Before we conclude, I just want to go ahead and once again acknowledge 2025 been as a year of what the fuck. And Jeff, I did see Hurricane, and again, I'll just say this real quick. Cena, Cash, Joe, congratulations on all being champions 2025. Knowing one man's career is going to end in less than a month. The other one said that they may be done next year. Cass, who knows what the future holds for the current TNA World Champion. But Jeff, I did see your hand. You have a thought you want to say real quick?
Oh no, I was just when you said acknowledge, I was just doing the acknowledgement.
Okay, fair enough. Well, don't acknowledge me. Let's acknowledge the fact that, like you said, it has been an incredible year for professional wrestling, and we're still not done yet. Again, Samoa Joe, Trios champion, going after the World Championship this Saturday against him and Page in a steel cage. Oh my. We got Fader Zarantino, World Champion, at the forefront of a conspiracy theory. Again, internal investigation, quote unquote. Yeah, that's about as buzzword as freaking local medical facility. Of course, we got John Cena, who completed the Grand Slam, becoming WWE Continental Champion, will defend it in the Garden. So we'll see if we believe who we know his opponent will be. And of course, we just talked about Joe Hendry is officially signed with WWE. And also, we saw Zack Ryder one last time. I guess he didn't die. He came back to life from one night. Ain't that some crazy shit?
It is crazy shit. It's so odd to me. You know, JJ, you know, has been around for quite a bit of the Jeff Meacham experience, the podcasting career, and you know, having interviewed both Joe and Frankie, Joe only once, but Frankie on a few occasions, and just being friends with all three of those guys for as long as I've been, it is very odd that all three of them are holding championships as we sit here on this show. The fact that Joe Hendry, by all appearances, is a WWE superstar, that we saw the resurrection of Zack Ryder on SmackDown against another longtime favorite, no less, in LA Knight / Eli Drake / Sean Ricker. I can't reach the urn, but it's there. Percy's there with us. It has been a very odd year, and we still got a month and a half to go. Yeah, you know, you guys are watching Raw Monday. I will be at my monthly summit with a longtime friend during the start of Raw, so hopefully I'll get to come in and catch as much as I can of it. This weather is what it is. I might be still fighting the rainstorm Monday unless it lets up more.
I hear that.
It is, like I said, in coming to this decision that I'm moving and that I'm leaving California and I'm going to be, you know, heading out east. This attitude of gratitude has definitely shaped my head more than ever, and I am so grateful to be a wrestling fan, to be a wrestling content creator at this stage of the business, and it is gratifying as a friend to see Samoa Joe still out there kicking ass. I have more respect for Hangman Page than I did at the start of this year. I hope him and Joe tear the house down in Jersey. I'm glad I'm not going because I don't want to go to Jersey on purpose.
I don't blame you.
I don't blame you.
Personally. Don't blame you.
You really feel?
We'll be here for another hour if we do that, all right? And the only thing that's come out of New Jersey that's good is the virtuals, Deanna Peraza, still in the Ring of Honor Pure Championship Tournament. That time will be crowned, by the way, folks, at Ring of Honor Final Battle. Fucking pissed off I'm not going, but it is what it is. Continue, Jeff.
Dude, that's the other thing. We've got Survivor Series. Then we've got that weekend where everybody and their fucking mother's running. Then we've got the following weekend with Cena's last match. Those 3 weekends in a row are just going to be like, how do we recover? Oh, we do Christmas music. And then, we'll do AEW World's End. And then we'll just pass out from exhaustion come the 31st. Oh, wait, no, we have a year-end show. Just kidding.
And then we rest, and then me and Ash will preview and cover Wrestle Kingdom 20.
Speak for yourself. I'm beginning editing on the highlight reel.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Japanese John Cena's retiring, isn't he?
That's correct, Ash, after 25 years.
Okay, so American John Cena is retiring. Japanese John Cena retiring. Is Juan Cena retiring? Does anybody confirm that?
You know,
I don't
Jury's
know.
still out. Jury's still out.
I hear he's got a mask versus hair match, I think, coming up at CMLL. You know?
I'm pretty sure he's managing an orphanage somewhere down in Mexico.
How did Juan Cena get time at CMLL? That's a Tony Khan thing.
Man.
I don't know.
Shit happens.
I don't know if that's accurate, Ryan. I heard that orphanage burned up, and that's how we lost El Generico.
Oh, no.
Jesus. Oh my God, those poor children.
Think about the orphans.
Has anybody heard from Kevin Steen? Asking a question.
About the orphans.
Think about the children.
Ole.
What time of year?
Ole. Sí, cabrón. Fiesta.
Cabrón, shut the fuck up, James.
All right. Here
It's what you now are, children. Anyway.
Everybody in the chat on screen, you know what to do. 3, 2, 1. Damn it, James! You fucking idiot!
See, cabrón.
Anyway, beloved Pete. All right. Well, either way,
yes,
what a wild year this has been.
Yes, it is. I am grateful, and I continue to be grateful to be able to come on and rant about this ridiculous business for most of these 4 hours. To be able to go on the Dirty Q review on Tuesday again in the middle of Mickey and Minnie's 97th birthday, to go on the Greg Cherry show next Wednesday. Oh wait, no, I'm working next Wednesday. No, I'm not. I'll be on the show this week. Next week.
Get your schedule in order, brother.
Since right here, God help me.
It changes so much.
It fucking does. JJ knows. It's ridiculous. Especially, dude, the House of Mouse rules this house. I don't give a fuck.
Fair enough. But prioritize and organize is the way you keep yourself alive.
But yeah, the bottom line is everything else over here is batshit. Wrestling has kept me grounded and grateful, and my friends are thriving, not just surviving, after quarter-century careers, and that's so fucking cool.
Amen to that. All right. Well, with that being said, does anyone else have anything further to add with that comment, or are we ready to bid everybody up?
Of course. Come on now. I created the topic. You think I don't have something I want to say about this, Noah? Jesus.
Then go ahead, JJ.
I missed most of the rest of the show, damn it.
That's fair.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. This topic was designed very selfishly for me and Jeff. Because of the fact that we've known these guys for so fucking long.
Yes.
All I thought about when I saw the clip of Frankie win the title, and then the realization sinking in that Frankie and John won championships in the same week.
Right.
And Joe is still Trios champion. What's Bassman thinking right now?
Right. I thought about Rick a lot this week. I did.
For those of you that don't know who we're talking about, Rick Bassman is the guy that owned, operated, founded Ultimate Pro Wrestling, which is where those three kind of cut their teeth and got their start. So the fact that he welcomed them through his doors, got them trained, and now all of them have been world champions. And they're all holding titles at the same time. You got to think of it that it's kind of like a papa looking at his kids and how proud he is.
Yeah. I thought about Rick a lot. I talked to Val this week actually about it.
With who?
SoCal Val.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Val. I just wasn't sure.
You're good.
You said it so quickly.
I did. Yeah, it is just so. It's not even so much that they're all still thriving, still active and champions. It's that all of us are still involved in it in some way after a quarter century, and we're all still somehow not in the ground looking up and going how crazy it is. We're still in the crazy. It's just it's absolutely crazy that everything is happening as it's happening. And the fact that John's on the cusp of a life changing moment on December 13th. I'm on the cusp of one, moving, and Joe has kind of inferred that he's stepping away. And like, I don't know if you saw when I was going off about Frankie, I was just dismayed, JJ, personally, at everybody cracking on Frankie for getting the world title the way he did. He was trying to make his wife feel better.
Oh,
her baseball team got thumped by the Dodgers in so many damn innings, they felt like they've played a whole other season in that World Series. She was tired. She was happy wife, happy life. And you gotta you gotta hate on him for that? That's terrible. That's just terrible. Shame on you people for that. It's so cool for us, for those crazy bastards that went in once a month to that ridiculous sweat box of a gymnasium and just watch these guys cut their teeth and win titles that at that time and up to a certain point meant everything in wrestling. To see them be globally recognized champions still in 2025 is fucking cool.
Bananas, apparently.
Bananas is the word. Yes.
Follow their entire career.
Did you see the exchange between him and Chris?
I did. Okay.
Chris
I have been, with everything going on over here that's been negatively making me cry, going on Twitter and stuff and seeing stuff like that, I've been trying to hold back the positive tears because I don't need to be drowning in my sleep.
For real. For those of you that don't know, Frankie put out his tweet about this. To those who always believed, thank you. Also to those who never believed, thank you. # King of TNA. Fallen Angel retweeted, long overdue and well deserved. Congratulations, my brother. May the king have a long and storied reign. # King of TNA, # SCU. To which Frankie replied,
SCU.
SCU.
To which Frankie replied, you are a bigger part of this than you will ever know.
And he is. People may have glazed over it, but Daniels was also at Rebellion, along with Sky. Sky was obviously actively there.
No shit.
Despite
I
being
know
an
both of them
AEW
were there.
contract.
Sky, like freaking home turf.
Hey, you know what, though? He had no business being there because of where he was contracted, and he did that to make a point, and he got back on TV. Just saying.
Hey, maybe they're not as petty as you think. Hey, that's some crazy shit. Different conversation. Continue.
But that's reason number 42 why Frankie should have won the fucking title there.
The jury is out. The jury is out.
No, jury is not out. It should have happened.
There's a reason why they married a triple threat. They didn't want to give him the championship.
Okay. I love you and your hosting, but quiet you for a second. Joe was there. Not Joe was there. Joe should have been there, goddammit. Chris was there back in the back, keeping hidden because God forbid he piss off Tony. Sky was there blatantly in the crowd. His wife was there. His son was there. His fucking mother was there. His mom. I hadn't seen Frankie's mom in 15 years. No goddamn good reason why it didn't happen in April except the stupid NXT thing. I'm not speaking just Kate. Like that, there was such rumor that NXT was involved in that booking. That's where I have a problem with the partnership, James. Honest to God.
Yeah.
That's purely selfish and for my friend and just being a selfish prick about it.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, it's the same with Mike Santana, too. Like, there's no reason they couldn't have just passed the belt off from Frankie to Santana in their
When was the show in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
When was the show in Brooklyn?
It was after Frankie's run, I think.
How
Slammiversary.
Which was July?
July.
Yep.
Okay, so Frankie would have been champion for 2 months. I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you got one of the most watered down, fucked up, lazy ass book TNA main event for the TNA World Championship in history with an NXT superstar at the helm. Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, that's my bad. I took it into a negative tangent. We were trying to keep it positive, especially with he and I celebrating our friends doing their thing. I know. I'll make up for it in the plugs. I'll be nice.
You're fine.
But yeah, it's fine. Oh, look at that. See, there you go.
It's going to be his picture for life, I imagine. Again, like I said, congratulations to the cast. But go ahead, Jeff, and wrap up your thought here that I saw Brian, and then we'll go to Ash. And
yes, I will simply say, since we're on the same Rival Studios, don't count out the fact that in the future, hopefully before the end of this year, if not early next year, there will be a very award-winning level cool guest here on the Shenanigans. Championship caliber, if you will. That'll bring almost a totally different level of nonstop action to this show.
All right. Tease the things to come. Thank you, Jeff and JJ, for a selfish but a humbling topic, nonetheless. Ryan, I did see your hand. You have something to say real quick, and then Ash, I'll go to you, and then if James wants to add a closing remark, then we'll wrap this thing up. What you gotta say real quick, Brian? I saw your hand for a moment.
So I am not mad that Frankie Kazarian is the champion. All right. I am upset under the circumstances in which he's become champion. Like, we could not have given Santana a run with the strap. We couldn't have beaten Trick Williams at Slammiversary. Like, really? Like, you could have gave him a run. You didn't give him a couple weeks. Like, I've been clowning on this as LOL TNA for a while, and it breaks my heart to say LOL TNA as a meme because I grew up watching TNA wrestling as well. Yeah. You know, the TNA in my youth feels very dead to me, and I'm glad that someone from that youth has finally become TNA World Champion. This is something that should have happened maybe 2011, maybe when a certain, guy decided to almost kill the company, but it is what it is. I'm happy that Frankie Kazarian is champion. I'm just mad that it came at the expense of someone who should have had another run in their own way. Like, this is like I am not a fan of just giving people the title because here you go, because that's what it felt like with Santana now.
Well, I'm wondering if Mike is really hurt or not, because they were pushing that arm thing pretty heavily, and I'm sure that's for TV purposes or whatever. But I'm wondering if he's really legitimately banged up, and they just like, okay, maybe not right now.
Nah.
Out of the two options, out of the two people that could have cashed in, I'm glad it was Frankie.
Yes. And I said it when I came on earlier. I love Nick, but he's already been TNA champion in this run.
Yep.
I'm okay.
That is
and he stated that he's okay. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I look at it like this. Well, I understand that there are people that are upset about Santana losing it so quickly. And while I don't necessarily want things to go back to the way they were in 1999, 2000, where the belts seemed to change hands every month, for there to be a rivalry between two pretty long-tenured TNA talents who worked for a different organization both at the same time, and both found their way back to TNA to trade the belt back and forth a la Rock and Foley did. I'm here for it because it's something we haven't had in a long time.
All right.
Whether Santana's legitimately injured and that's why they had to do it, or this is something that's going to grow to be something bigger, I'm here for it.
Okay. We'll see what happens. I'll see if I trust this process, but again, I stand by what I said.
The rumor and innuendo that I heard was that Santana's contract's up soon, and he's not re-upped. And that could be their way of saving this. And that he is probably, if that is the case, he is NXT bound, and I don't think it's going to last that long. But this is what it is, man. This rumor and innuendo, this hearsay. If he's hurt, I hope he's not hurt. If between the two, I hope it's the one where he's not hurt as well, but this is what it is.
Hey, again, if the contract is coming up, Raw is in the Garden. Santana is from New York.
That
Keep that in mind.
is a very fair point as well.
JJ planting them earworms. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
They said when they announced the tournament that people that don't work here could be in the tournament, and Santana's contract may not be up yet. But a victory in the tournament and then the contract expire. By the time he gets to face Cena, the contract could be expired. And there's
John
already
Cena
a
doesn't-
working relationship.
John Cena doesn't have a good rapport with people of Caribbean descent, does he?
Hey, just because Hardcore Kid got a little stabby on John, hey, what are you gonna do?
I wasn't trying to bring that up. I was going to just change it to Carlito, but that's also
Carlito's part of that.
Either way, neither one of those not cool. All right, well, thank you for that,
Not
James.
cool. Definitely not cool.
I think Hardcore Kid is about the only UPW talent that was signed that lasted less time on TV than Frankie Kazarian did.
And justifiably so.
Jesus is my favorite.
Not counting gold masks? Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
If you know, you know, children. If you
you know,
don't,
you know.
And
do your homework, bro.
Unfortunately, if you do, try and forget it without giving yourself a concussion. Ash, go ahead and talk about Frankie Kazarian as a champion, Cena as champion, Joe as champion. 2025. The Fat One Man's wrapping up. Give your closing thoughts on the outlook of the year right now with these three men all holding gold, despite how deep they are in their illustrious careers. What do you want to say?
All right, so Samoa Joe being trios champ is pretty cool. I'm kind of hoping he gets the belt off of Hangman because I'm not really feeling Hangman's run, but at the same time, I kind of want Hangman's run to continue because sorry?
You're fickle.
How am I fickle?
Because you don't know which way you want, win or lose the damn title match to go in full gear.
Because I like both people, okay? I'm fine with either outcome.
That's fine. I'm just saying what you are. That's fine to be that. We're all that. Shoot. Continue.
Right? It's just like, because we've said this before about Hangman. It's just like about Hangman's first run that the chase was better than the capture because they didn't really have anything for Hangman to do. Whereas this time around, they actually have shit for Hangman to do. But at the same time, I also want to see Samoa Joe have another AEW title run, so you can see the confliction there, right?
I see it.
Maybe it's just me, Ash, but I don't want Joe to have another AEW World Title run. I want him to have one more Reign of Honor World Title run before he retires.
That's a shout, yeah.
Bandito versus Samoa Joe would kick fucking ass.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
Much in the same way, I want one of Frankie Kazarian's TNA World Title defenses to be against the phenomenal AJ Styles. Take every bit of my money, please.
We're just trying to get AJ Styles one last time to get ready to fly in a TNA ring without just showing up and saying something.
Don't act like you wouldn't pop for that. No,
I'm saying.
No, that's what he's saying. We want more than just promo. We want him to get ready to fly. We want him to wrestle. I don't want him to beat Frankie for the title. He's already been TNA champion. That's
fair. Yeah.
But yeah, just there's so much potential good here. There's so much potential good. We're keeping James up later because it's almost 1:00 for me. So it's January 4th for you East Coasters. So
I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
James, you woke up at 7.
Yes, I did. After only like 4 hours of sleep, bro.
Whose fault is that?
Ever since getting the rough draft done, my sleep schedule's been all over the place, bro.
Well, anyway, you'll figure it out. Also, it is 3:35 here on the East Coast, and happy 60th birthday to my mother, actually. God bless moms.
Happy birthday to your mother.
We love Noah's mom.
In the words of Biff Tannen, say hi to your mom for me.
Yes, please. Happy birthday, Mama Noah.
I most certainly will in the morning. Thank you all. You're all nice.
I
Anyway,
won't sing, I promise. I don't want to scare her.
Not copyright. Anyway, Ash, continue your point regarding the three men. Continue.
Yeah, so Cena winning IC title, that's I wasn't expecting him to win it as early as he did because I thought he was going to win that like at another date. But then again, given John Cena's like X amount of dates he has.
3 dates.
Right? I didn't realize how soon we were, like how close to the end we are. So so I'm thinking is like whoever wins the tournament, that's who's going to get that IC title off of John Cena.
You would think, right?
Or at least we'd hope. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, like I always do with this type of shit.
I mean, to be fair, doesn't any fan try to book stuff far in advance, and their booking completely goes out the window because they want to see long-term storytelling follow their way, despite the fact they're not in their favor, and it just doesn't happen. Not that I'm pointing out anybody that I've seen on the internet do that type of stuff, but it is what it is when it comes to a wrestling fan's outlook on this business.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
And for Kazarian winning the TNT title, the TNA title, sorry, long overdue.
TNT title.
I'm getting my names mixed up, okay? I am a sleepy girl, okay? Leave me alone.
All right,
It
sleepy
is
girl.
early morning in the peg. You be nice.
I've been up since 5 a.m. doing charity work.
She's done charity work. He's done editing work. All you other yahoos, I don't know what sort of work you do outside the magical place in the restaurant business. So
I was going to say, I did work.
I say some people do legitimate work, and I'm not taking anything away from anybody else. But go ahead and conclude, Ash.
Yeah, Kazarian winning TNA heavyweight title, long overdue. Like AJ's won it, Joe's won it. I was just like, when I was watching TNA, I was like, Kazarian was one of those few people who I enjoyed watching TNA, and he did solid work in the X division. It got to the point where it's just like, how has he not won the title yet? Why did it take him so long?
I know I've said it 100 times, but Frankie Kazarian is one of the primary reasons I have that Retro X Division championship.
You've told me that verbatim, considering he's a 6-time X Division champion.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that his run is booked very well, given what we're... All I can say is for TNA is, oh boy, this company does a peak and valley. It's really hard to say like his reign is going to be good. I want it to, but it's really up in the air at this point. But I'm just happy he's finally champion. Like we can finally say Kazarian's been TNA World Heavyweight Champion, whether it's short or long. All hail the king.
Fair enough. Tire Boy James, go ahead. Simply put, give your closing thoughts on these 3-minute champs, and then we'll finally wrap this crazy shit up.
I am happy for my boy John Cena. I am happy for my boy Senior Joe. I am happy for my boy Kaz the Future. Yay. In all seriousness, like I've been watching these guys like since I was young. Like honestly, like they've been intertwined in my childhood as far as my wrestling fandom goes for years. Like, so the fact that, you know, I get to see them all as champions, like around the times where they're probably going to call it a career one more time, is really freaking huge for me. I think that's dope. Congrats on all of them. UPW for life. For life.
Well said, man. And Emmanuel, you're already in a handicap match. Don't add more fuel to your fire.
You are in the wrong fucking room on the wrong fucking Saturday. I love you, Emmanuel, but no, that's a bad Emmanuel.
Also, Emmanuel, the person who would win against Carlos Silva versus TK, I don't know what you mean by that, if you're talking about booking or a fight, but if it's a fight, I'm gonna be real. I love Tony. I don't know if Tony can win in a fight, so I have to give it to Carlos Silva there. But then again, there may be some jujitsu or
they physically look the same.
Do they look the same?
Other than the face, other than the hair and ethnicity, they are the same. They are twins.
Hey, all I know is Tony probably has some cartel connections that can fuck Carlos up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like he's got all that. He's got all that. And at the end of the day, I mean, just he's like me anyway. Like if you piss him off on the wrong day, it's a bad day for you. Don't piss Tony off.
I
don't like Tony when he's angry.
I legitimately think it would depend on what somebody says to Tony as he's walking toward the curtain to go fight Carlos.
This is true.
Carlos, I think, will just be like, dude, you're a crazy person. And then Tony will like
have said somebody said that, and like Tony will just like light him up, and Carlos will just like not be prepared for what the fuck.
Exactly. Out of control.
Tony wouldn't even fight him. Tony would pay someone to go out there and fight him. It's infinite money.
Look. I think
Oh,
the
here we
match
go.
we all want to see is Tony Khan versus Cocaine in an 8-ball on a pole match.
God damn it. No. No.
We are never, ever, ever going to bed.
Look.
Oh no.
That's good. Very good.
Called
Very
a
good.
pole match in 2025, and it was actually one of the best matches on the card. Okay.
Yeah,
cocaine.
So
was involved
Cocaine
in that.
and Tony Khan in an 8-ball on a pole match.
If
Charles
I'm
Schultz is with me.
if I'm being completely honest here, I don't think it's Coke. I think it's Adderall. Okay, it is what it is.
And on that fucking note, I'm going to close things with this simple announcement when we do our plugs. Don't do drugs. Don't be a dumbass. Don't do Vince Russo booking in 2025. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah, or a dickhead. But subscribe, especially the Bag for Wrestling, the youngest channel here. Patty, Ash, always a pleasure. Where can people find you?
You can find me on X, the app formerly known as Twitter at ShadowBadAsh, and subscribe to my YouTube channel at Batty for Wrestling, just like the guy with the title "Don't Be a Dickhead" says. Don't be a dickhead. Subscribe to my bloody channel.
Subscribe. Again, you
It's a
got
bloody
a lot
channel.
of content in the works, planned, coming up. Look forward to what you're doing outside New Japan, pop culture references with Attila, JJ, and others. And at the end of the day, have a fun time. Make the time you can yourself, and also keep doing terrible work, but also take care of you and your family. Appreciate you always. All right. Well, Ryan, we don't got to plug.
Plushies coming up soon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I ordered some New Japan plushies, and I ordered 4 of them. One of them is Yoda Suji,
Oh, my goodness.
and the other 3 are House of Torture members.
Of course they are. Of course. Of course they are.
I mean, I can't get any more TMDK members because I already have all 3 of them.
Remember when we weren't trying to piss Noah off on the show? Remember? You remember? Remember?
Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Yes, appreciate you always. Ryan, we don't got a plug for you, but we appreciate your analysis and what you and James do at House of Glory Commentary. So go ahead and tell the people can find you and what you work with.
Well, you can find me at the WrestleFish on X. You can find me and James and our friend Hannibal on Mondays on Wrestling with Tism, 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. You can find my boys, the Wrestler Collective, on at WC Worldwide on Twitter and Wrestler Collective on YouTube, and podcast on Thursdays. That's plugs. I'm tired.
Good.
You go EP. EP, man.
Some rest. You did your whole thing. Congratulations. Achievement.
I
You
also
lasted
have
the
a
whole
show
time.
on Spaces on Wednesday called Light the Fuse, where they preview AEW.
This is also fair. You don't plug it. You gotta say that.
Look,
too.
he can't remember everything. That's why you build a damn graphic, and he's gone longer than ever on Shenanigans. So already, mad respect him. Thank you, Ryan. We'll see you next time. All right.
Really quickly, Ryan, while I have both of you still here.
Yes.
Because it's been a minute since we've been able to like really talk. One of the wrestling content creators that I follow, Alex, discovered that he is autistic.
Yes.
So y'all may want to reach out to him and see if he wants to participate on an episode of TISM, because he's still kind of accepting this new diagnosis, development, and a group of autistic people that talk wrestling may be something that he needs.
I'm definitely down for it. If Ryan's down for it, we'll see if we can even reach to him. But
just something to think about.
I mean, Ryan, it's up to you, I guess.
I mean, hey, it's all good. We'll figure it out. I think it's a cool idea.
Throw him the
lot of
invite. What you can do is say no, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, fair enough. And also respect. My best friend's autistic, so I respect that. Again, everyone matters. Be better, humanity. All right. Well, thank you, Ryan, and thank you for that solid note, JJ, and shout out to Alex. That being said, from Ryan's commentary cohort to the most tired editing-filled man here at the Zillow Studio. Still has a lot of work to do. James, where people can find you.
Oh man, you can find me everywhere. First of all,
The
hi
new
Natalia Markova.
NWA Women's Champion.
Natalia
Congratulations to
Markova.
her,
Long.
by the way,
Speaking of championships that needed to be on, people long overdue for that one. By the way,
Hey, Kenzie Page was a very noteworthy and competitive NWA Women's World Champion, just like Camille was. So, mad respect. Let's see if Natalia can.
But if we're being honest, Natalia should have taken the belt from Camille.
I do.
How long ago that she should have been champion.
dude. Like, especially when you consider her and Tiffany Nieves had like a crazy great cage match where she busted her eye. Like, this woman's not afraid to get. Like, she is a smoke show who also isn't afraid to not throw down. Like, she's tremendous and she lays her shit in. The woman should have been a champion anyway.
The important question is with the image she put of herself and the way she was wearing the championship in the photo, do you want a new graphic?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I figured you would.
I'm very well aware of how that's
Speaking of Tiffany Nieves and Smoke Show.
Fuck!
Yeah,
Speaking of that picture of Natalia, similar.
Dude, Walter and his wife are friends with that person, by the way.
I know.
Wrap up, James, pathetic, weak-minded simpleton.
I was trying so hard to keep this show PG-13.
You guys can find me on the YouTube, Instagram, and X at JHebertSide95 and on Facebook, JCBHebert, with Natalia Markova as my doll. She got us there over there. Yeah, I do really cool and dumb things on the internet. Yes, I was not kidding. The rough draft of the third and now fourth parts is going to be a 2-part special in one video. Believe it's going to be a 2-part special in one video.
Remember when this was just supposed to be a documentary and then it turned into a fucking like 25-part epic?
Yeah, trust me. Well, when there's as many people as there were, like, there's no way you can shorten that down. But yeah, part 3 and 4 done. Finito as far as the rough drafts are concerned. It will be as a 2-part special finale that will be on my uncle's YouTube trailer. So go check out part 2 if you haven't already. The Greatest Coach You've Never Heard of. And part 3 is going to be Mr. Fire on Ice. Part 4 is going to be Edge of Miracles. It's going to be a huge watch. If you already watched parts 1 and 2, you're going to want to see the last 2 parts. It will blow your mind, the amount of stuff that my uncle went through. And I'm very proud at the work we have done. It has been a tremendous process, and I couldn't be more proud to represent my uncle and to represent the Hebert name in this way. And I can't wait to release that. And as a result of that, y'all know the highlight reel for 2024 and 2025 are now in production. So that's a good thing. It's a good goddamn thing. So he's very happy, and it will be right on time for when we have our anniversary show and our New Year's shows, respectfully, for 2024 and 2025. It'll be great. So be on the lookout. I hope y'all enjoy it. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good holiday season. The holiday season.
Non-copyright. All right. Thank you, James. Go to bed if you want, crazy dickhead. All right.
Okay, please.
Ugh, fucking hell. All right, JJ, always appreciate you. Always happy to host this wild charade for you. I don't know if I'm going to become this permanently. I don't know if I can handle this permanently. But dadgummit, you all are going to keep dealing with me indefinitely, apparently. But go ahead and tell where the people can find you. And what the fuck is your bitch doing on SmackDown besides nothing?
What the fuck? Jesus.
Damn, just throwing strays already.
Seriously.
Look, I didn't get to see SmackDown because I had to work, damn it, okay?
Damn it all.
But you can find me on Instagram, The Renegade JJ Williams. You can find me on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. You can find me on X at ROW JJ Williams and Casa D18 Studio. Casa D18 Studio is the one where I host and participate in the spaces. And then, of course, you can follow us on X at SR Studios 2024, which is where you can vote for the awards in the first ever Simply Reliable Studios Awards. Voting is now going on for Babyface of the Year, category that it's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to seeing the results for, because we actually have a female nominated for Babyface of the Year against 4 guys. And I'm not going to lie, there's a small part of me that hopes the girl wins. Because the girl is Miss Willow Nightingale.
I knew it.
AEW's pure babyface.
Right.
Hey, I'm
No
just
argument
saying,
there.
like, in a world of toxicity, in a fandom of toxicity, is there anybody out there that gives you more of a reason to smile anyway?
No, exactly. And also, and in canon in AEW, remember when Julia misted Willow? She wasn't corrupted.
I guess nothing can corrupt that purity. Who knew that something can actually be above toxicity in this world? Willow Nightingale, please don't change.
If we're talking about Julia, can we talk about Sky and the sheer amount of blood she lost on Wednesday? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that could might have cut too deep. She might have cut too deep, but it made for a hell of a visual.
I've been saying the same phrase about Obafemi for over a year, but Sky is a bad motherfucker.
She was born hardcore out the womb. God bless that woman.
Right.
All right. Good luck.
All right, here we go. The multi-plugs begin.
Jeff. Again, JJ, thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'll see you down the road. Jeff, been an absolute pleasure. Hope that we can do this again real soon. Let's go ahead and start plugging your stuff away, my good sir. What you're up to, where can the people find you?
So other than the norm, which will be Greg Cherry Show and the Nerdy Q Review, I am officially hosting the countdown across the brands, my channel, Greg's channel, and across the Bible Studios. The countdown for Survivor Series starting at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. I know the graphic for Survivor Series says 3:30 Pacific. That's basically that first, whatever it is, like hour and a half is not going to be anything on PLE. It's just going to be the WWE generic talking. So I'm going to provide better stuff. Not that one, the other one.
There you go.
It's okay. The one I sent you earlier with her in it is the one I want.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, continue.
Now you're good. So in the process of doing this countdown show, we got some recordings done today. So we will have live performances from my buddy Ariel Belvalere singing her cover of Somebody's Watching Me, to her original award-winning song Till the Clock Strikes, and her ballad that just hits everybody in the feels, Earthquake. That'll be part of the hour and a half pre-show for Survivor Series. And this last image is not a plug. It's just something that John Cena had to post because he's John Cena.
Oh, you want to do that? Okay, changing it up with me? All right, fine.
It's been up for about a half hour now. And I nearly peed my pants seeing it, laughing so hard.
Oh, I see.
Because God damn it, John.
Fucking hell. What the fuck?
All many bitches about hating that you can't see me. Motherfucker posted this on Instagram.
Invisible Man. You really can't be seen. What the fuck?
Oh, this is why I'm sad he's leaving, because he's such a gem. Anyway, yeah. I am so happy to be able to go to Survivor Series and able to be to be part of this and be part of it with you guys, and to be able to include Greg's channel and my channel. And yes, I'm officially relaunching in January, of course, and you can find me on all these brands until then. But yeah, it's like I said, a lot is going to change in 2026. One of those is not going to be me lessening my appearances. As a matter of fact, they're gonna amp up exponentially come January 1st, and I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Jeff. And thank you to everybody that tuned in. I want to give a shout out to our Emmanuel, who did give us a super chat, and also to Arlene Dominguez. So if you haven't followed Los Dominguez, there's their plugs. Go ahead and follow the biggest John Cena fan, the biggest Randy Orton fan, respectfully, on the social medias. They also will be with Jeff Motherfucking Meacham at Survivor Series. So again, if you're in there and you want to engage with the Wonderful Three and Attila, you know what you can do. Again, appreciate Attila. So again, follow the Dominguez's as always. Appreciate them. Again, if you want to follow me, I'm antisocial introverted, but try and find me if you choose. By predictions leagues, hosting these type of things, consider predicting. Find me at Fosnay Scene on the X and on YouTube primarily, where again, I help moderate Shenanigans. I basically call almost everything it feels like anymore. And again, stay tuned for City Predicting. Again, we got a lot coming up over the next few weekends as Thanksgiving gives us gratitude and a feast. There's a feast of content for you all to be thankful for. We got Monday Night Raw from the Garden. We also have Simply Predicting AEW Full Gear. We cover AEW Full Gear this coming weekend. Talk about the biggest shows, of course. NXT Gold Rush TV special for those that have the CW. Fuck that channel. We also, next week, of course, we'll have Simply Predicting Survivor Series, and that will be Friday, actually, the day after Thanksgiving. Time to be determined. Pencil in right now after SmackDown Live. And of course, we'll be covering Survivor Series as well the following day, as you heard, with that special countdown, a countdown far more interesting than anything you'll see on the ESPN Plus app. So please be with us for that, for music, further analysis, and also you all can continue the conversation with Super Chats as we head, of course, into the final month of the year and, of course, the conclusion of all the prediction leagues and so much more content to come in between, including AEW, Thanksgiving, as is tradition, so much more with GCW, HLG, NXT, TNA. Who knows? TNA might surprise us again. We don't know, so stay tuned. But as
And don't
always,
forget the 4th annual Christmas karaoke.
that's next month. I
The
wasn't
one that started it all, Noah.
Yeah, and I know that's December. I'll plug more in December once we get
Hey,
closer there. Let's
I
get
will just say, Noah mentioned all of us are going to be at Petco Park for Survivor Series. JJ will attest. I'm sitting high enough in the stadium where it won't be a problem to, buy Jeff a drink or two. The hotel's right down the street. And as Bobby Heenan said, you want to offend me with cash.
about to say, especially with those prices. God,
And there
good
is
luck.
no greater experience than Drunk Jeff.
It's valid.
That's
already have my hosting done for the day anyway, so I can just pop in the Shenanigans. It's out of my mind. My kids there will take care of me.
Go to the Casa archives, find the footage in Vegas after the pipe bomb.
Oh no!
Watch Drunk Jeff live unfold over
That's the only
not
place to
one,
see Drunk Jeff
but
now, because Aaron
two
took the good stuff down.
videos.
All right. While Jade is trying to bring out the worst possible madness in the Shenanigans to come, this is the money that Jeff Meacham might be spending to clearly destroy his liver. Be careful. And again, if you
Now
haven't
that's
already,
the money that you, the fans, will spend to destroy Jeff's liver.
y'all are
Right.
sick.
That's right.
Again, follow everybody
It
here,
happened at
though.
SummerSlam 2010.
We don't need that 15 years later. All right.
Hey,
Again,
if John can bury the Nexus the night I get drunk, I can get even more drunker celebrating John's career.
And that was my official no DQ debut.
God. Yes. Well, it's good to have JJ back in the fray too. Again, follow everybody here at the Super Reliable Studios. If you haven't already, you heard their plugs there as we continue to be your one-stop spot for professional wrestling coverage. Reliable, unbiased, open-minded, and off to the wall crazy at times. Sometimes with me at the forefront trying to moderate the madness the best that I can. As only wish to continue to remind you and encourage you, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, no matter how much they may bug you, annoy you, or piss you off too. House of torture. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's truly as simple as that. But for that being said, thank you so much for tuning in once again to another rousing edition of the Saturday Shenanigans. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, hit the bell if the video goes live on demand on any of the channels here at the Simply Reliable Studios. Hit the subscribe button. I show you the analysis, the shenanigans, the commentary, the coverage, the craziness, the passion will not let up anytime soon. But I think with that being said, as it is 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the dot here on the East Coast, I'm going to bid you on simple K-Mega fashion of fine adieu. For Jeff Meacham, for Ryan, for James, for Amanda who offered a super chat, for Datilla, for Ash, and for the Renegade Wrestling JJ Wins, for all of you that continue to allow this madness to ensue. I have been your host for this session. My name is Noel Foster, and thank you all for tuning in once again to another rousing edition of the Saturday Shenanigans. Have a good night, folks. We'll see you Monday night for Raw from the Garden. Take care.
And long live the king of TNA.
He finally got his crown. You're never going to let me live down what I said 11 months, are you? Dadgummit,
Nope.
JJ. Freaking
If
hell.
you hadn't been such a dick about it for the past year, I wouldn't be such a dick about it now.
This is why Ash says don't be a dickhead. Noah.
Freaking crow bullshit karma nonsense. All right, I'm
Long
here.
may he reign. Long may he